Pretty small group today.
Yeah. What's that?
Clay is around somewhere.
Yeah,
Good morning, all. It is August 4th, 2021, Curry County.Oregon Board of Commissioners. General meeting, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Uh-oh, I didn't think about this.
Give me 1 minute here, guys. So, people, I'm going to give a quick COVID report here. I want to read something from the Oregon Health Authority. I'm wearing a mask today because we have quite a surge going, and I'm not putting it on for any reason other than I think it's my responsibility. I'm not shaming anyone else or challenging anyone else. I did ask most of our county employees to just be aware. Our hospital, our community centers, or health centers, Brookings Emergency Center, they're all fatigued. They're getting quite a run here. So just be advised, there's something small that we can do. Maybe it's something large that we can do. So this is just last Friday, so it's reasonably updated though. I was on the phone with OHA and some of our healthcare providers, Curry General, Coast Community Health last night for about an hour and a half. So, Chair Boyce, I'm following up on my voicemail from yesterday to keep you informed about the steep increase in COVID-19 cases in Curry County. Here's a summary. There have been 21 new cases reported to us between Sunday and Thursday. Yesterday, there were 9 new cases reported, and that's the highest we've seen in a single day. We are expecting additional reports in the next couple of days from Curry residents. We've seen an increase in the number of family clusters. The cases were predominantly in Gold Beach a few weeks ago. The cases in the last week or two are now predominantly in Brookings. Current active outbreaks workplace settings include Shore Pines and 3 other workplaces. OHA actions to date, and this is important, using surge guidance for COVID case interviews, which shortens interview length so we can more effectively reach all cases. Conducting case interviews, contact tracing, they've really accelerated that in the last 2 or 3 days, even more. Working with venues with reported outbreaks to provide public health disease prevention advice. Continuing to convene vaccine partners and complete the vaccine equity plan. Please let me know if you have any questions, etc. So, the Delta variant could be catastrophic in some communities. Now, this is not to overstate this. This is just to let the public know that we are paying attention, we are concerned, we're not overreacting, we're just trying to be responsible. In communities with lower vaccination rates, particularly rural areas with limited access to care, the Delta variant could be even more damaging. Could be. This is already being seen around the world in poor countries where the COVID-19 vaccine isn't as accessible. Health experts say the impact could be felt for decades to come. To date, 630,000 Americans have died, 10 million worldwide. So we thought we were getting close to the end, and for what it's worth, we just have to keep watching closely. In our own local area, we want to support our healthcare people, our healthcare providers, and do what we can. The vaccine is your choice. Keeping it to yourself is also your choice and your right, in my opinion. Board, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
I don't.
Thank you, Commissioner Herzog. Quick fire report. Boy, how things have changed in the last 4 years, even the last 2 years. This is from Supervisor, Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest Supervisor George, just last night or yesterday afternoon. Here's this afternoon's fire update from the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. Our crews, combined with excellent support from our community partners and sister agencies. They're all now working on 20 fires on our forest. These were the result of the past few days' lightning storm. That goes back to last Friday. I'm proud to share, as of this moment, we've been able to catch all of our fires in initial attack. He used the word all. This is absolutely no small feat given our terrain and the volume of fires we've received. We know that Curry County backcountry is the rugged terrain in the North American continent. Makes it a little bit tough to access fires, get firefighters in and get them out safely. That said, each day we keep finding new fires. This afternoon, which was yesterday, we learned of some new fire activity up near Tiller on the border between us and the Umpqua National Forest. There is an all-hands-on-deck firefight going on up here with the Umpqua National Forest, Oregon Department of Forestry, and our crews assisting right now. We have one fire named Dead Horse that is on the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest, but the rest are within Umpqua. I will be sure to keep you posted as I learn more. I'm certain the Umpqua Forest will also be sharing some updates on these fires as they get worked on. The other big story is the weather, always a factor. We are expecting another day of erratic winds and possible lightning, which would be today, as a dry, cold front comes in on Thursday. If this does develop, they will test our containment lines and may even start new fires. Stay tuned. As always, our goal primarily is the community and firefighter safety. Please know we are doing our best to keep you all safe. Thank you for your continued support. The reason this is important real quick, and I think, I believe it's on here. Well, I'm going to keep trying, guys. There we go. See all the fires here that are out, and the biggest concern is, am I interrupting somebody? The famous fan? Anyway, we want to keep these going out, and we're just hoping and praying there won't be additional lightning, which starts most of these fires, especially in the backcountry, what we would refer to as our wilderness area. So, Board, that's all I have on the fires and COVID. And then I have a quick line of duty deaths report. Good news, we're down 14% through the first 7 months compared to last year. We're 181 officers that have died in the line of duty, compared to the full year of 2020, 369. I think we need to note, though, that over 3,000 officers have been seriously injured or have died to date for 2021. Honor the fallen military deaths stand at 5. That's certainly good news. Up 4 on the firefighter fatalities to 62 from 58. Can we have a moment of silence, please? Thank you all. When a police officer is killed, it's not an agency that loses an officer. It's an entire nation. Item number 3 on the agenda, Board amendment, approval of the agenda.
I have 2 things. I'd like to scratch 7A. VSO Vowdy has some issues this morning, and he could not attend. I'd like to put that on for the next agenda in 2 weeks. And we have our sheriff here this morning, and I would like to move 7I, into the 7A slot so we won't keep our sheriff sitting here all morning.
First on, when you said issues, I think there's just some not feeling well at all, so I didn't want to make it sound like maybe it's a personal issue or something. Is that all right if I offer that regarding Mr. Vowdy?
Well, I just kind of wanted to keep that out of it, but
Okay.
it's personal issues.
So where are we moving 7I?
7I to 7A into the veteran slot.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Commissioner Herzog, please.
I have nothing else.
I was going to add proclamation for Vietnam veteran Tim Fortner, and I failed to get it in on time, and I think he wanted to be here, or I had asked him to be here. Just a tremendous story, and so I'm not going to add that today. I did put it on your desk, Commissioners. I apologize I didn't get it in last Friday, but again, it's quite a story, and I think we'll postpone that until August 18th. On the consent agenda, I'm going to ask the board to pull consent item 6C, adopt a position description for a new position, facilities maintenance worker. I have some questions on that, so I would recommend we move that to, it would now be 7K. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, it's K or L. 'Cause-
Well, we dropped one.
Right.
No, you're right. I think of it.
Let's just leave it as L. It's okay.
That'll
Your
work.
call,
Thank you.
Chair. Your call.
That'll work.
So it's 6C, you said? Okay, yeah.
Yes. But it'll be last on the action item discussion agendas, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What else? And then on item 7J, the courthouse planning and funding, Commissioner Pass, there was no information with that, and I had asked Council Pope to consider putting that into executive session, and I actually didn't hear back. No big deal, but I think there's some discussions that need to go privately there, and I think that'll help launch us into the next phase. So I'd like the board to consider moving that into executive session.
Actually, this is something that I've been working on for quite a while, and I think the public should be aware of what's happening with this. It's a good time to get it out for the public to know the county's needs, that we need a new courthouse, and begin this discussion, because we're going to be coming to the constituents of this county probably in the next couple of years for a bond. So I think all the information that we can get them in an open forum is good information.
Okay, I just want the public to know that there were some backdoor movements that harmed my credit and also could have, my credibility, and also could have set us back some on this project, and I don't think that's what they want. I've been doing some damage control, so I'll be talking about that today in this discussion.
Okay.
If you want to keep it there, thank you. Anything else, board?
I move we approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Any further discussion? Call for the question, Staff Jesuit.
Commissioner Pash,
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog,
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Public comments. The first one was Gordon Clay, please. Welcome, Gordon.
I want to update your information. Yesterday, we had 32 cases. The day before, which represents part of the weekend, we had 33. For the record, my name is Gordon Clay from Brookings, Oregon. August is Overdose Awareness Month. I am hoping someone will speak to that issue and suicide today, because I want to address a more important and dangerous issue directed at Curry citizens that the commissioners plan to take action on today. First, the COVID report. In the last 14 days, we've registered 105 transmissions, or 7.5 per day. The primary cause is the large share of Curry citizens who choose to remain unvaccinated. We've got the 14th lowest fully vaccinated rate in the state at 44.1%. Oregon is unique. State law prohibits employers from requiring health workers to get vaccinated. However, Kaiser Permanente will defy the law and require COVID-19 vaccinations. Thank you, Kaiser. At least someone is looking out for their patients. our Curry County Commissioners, Proposal 7G, titled Curry County will not accept additional no more state lockdowns on our citizens or businesses without prior Curry County Commissioners' approval, goes the other way. This sounds like the response a young child having a tantrum makes to their parents who are trying to teach them to be responsible, good, caring people. You can't make me, or similar statements I've heard from other public servants in these meeting rooms. You can't make me, you say. You smoke inside buildings? No. Do you wear a seatbelt? Yes. Do you stop at red lights and stop signs? Yes. Do your kids attend a public or private school, preschool, care facility, child care facility, or Head Start program in Oregon? They had to have 7 vaccinations to do it. Why? Because the government makes laws for public safety, and because decent people in civilized society show respect and care for fellow human beings, even if it is not the law. Citizens carry both rights and responsibilities. I wish our county leadership spent as much time doing whatever is prudent to protect mental and physical health of our community as it does protecting the rights of those who want the right to infect and potentially kill their neighbors and family members from COVID. Today is a great example of that irresponsibility with no masks and no social distancing in this room. This is a very dangerous county to visit right now, and this danger is being actively encouraged by our county leadership, in my opinion. Stop treating our citizens like guinea pigs with your political agenda. Vote no on 7G today. And citizens, polio and measles were murderous, but their near elimination required vaccine mandates. So don't swallow this corrosive ignorance. Get vaccinated, wear a mask, and ask your commissioners to hold a workshop before voting on this issue, which is scheduled to be approved today. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Nancy Sue Rose.
My name is Nancy Sue Rose. I live in Siskiyou Beach. I also want to talk about 7G. Thank you very much for putting this on the agenda. I fully support it. We know that lockdowns, masking do not stop a virus. We've known that for decades. In fact, the countries that have the most percentage of new COVID cases are the ones that have the most people that have had the COVID-19 jab. I'm not going to call it a vaccine because it's not. They don't claim that it is. The people who invented it don't claim that it is a vaccine. Anyway, the countries that have the most jabs also have the most increasing positive cases. France just announced that, well, a few weeks ago, that they are starting the pass. So I'm hoping you'll go even further than preventing a lockdown here in Curry County. I'm hoping you will say we cannot use the COVID pass to make a second-class citizen society within our county of not being able to access businesses if we refuse for health reasons, religious reasons, or whatever reason to not be allowed in businesses, to not be allowed in public buildings, to not contribute, to not work. Please take this into consideration. France is going to destroy itself with this ruling that they have to have it to go in to restaurants, businesses, and everything. It's really, really sad to see that happening in our lifetime. I mean, we've read about it in dystopian novels for decades, and now here it is. So I thank you very much for putting this on the agenda, and know that a lot of the people that I am familiar with will back you on this. So thank you.
You mentioned France. Australia's very similar situation. Connie Hunter, please.
Hi, I'm Connie Hunter, and I am a proud citizen of South Curry County, well, Curry County in general. I just got back from Arizona, a long trip, worthwhile trip to see my family and to say goodbye to a family member who had Alzheimer's in his last few days being alive. He served in the Army. He was my sister's husband. They were married for 55 years. My parents didn't want them to get married in the beginning. They thought it would be rushing thing. Out of all 6 of my parents' children, they were the family that didn't have a divorce. So saying goodbye to Jerry Wayne Hanna was difficult, partly because he gave so much of himself. And in the work that I do, I try and honor those people that did so much for me. I often say, if I'm standing up, it's because I'm a return on somebody's investment. And Jerry Hanna kept my cars running so I could go to school. He kept my cars running so I could feed my children. Okay, when I say children, mine. I have one son, but I have my older sister's children as well, because she was bipolar. So we honor in 2021 not only our service members, but their families. And in the work that we do in our Veterans Task Group on the Curry County Suicide Awareness and Prevention Council is address needs like fixing cars. I think in the past 3 years, somewhere between 15 and I'd have to count 18 vehicles that we've helped through just passing the hat in my family, in our friends, and in our task group to get those cars up and running, because we sometimes know that cars, believe it or not, people live in them sometimes. So I wanted to come today and mention a couple of other things that are really important that we're working on. The state health improvement plan effort is underway, and I've been participating with that group to bring a rural voice, not only for our veterans, our family members, and our service members, but for rural counties in general. Locally, the public health effort through OHA is developing a diversity, equity, and inclusion plan for Curry County. I hope to participate in that. We have finished the charter development, and VA Roseburg Mental Health Advocacy Council is up and running. I'm no longer on that advocacy council because I needed to stay closer to home. State level grants, the SAMHSA Zero Attempts grant, which is a federal grant, and they're figuring out how to use that money. I'm sitting on that advisory board as well. And I just want to mention that coming in October, not only is that Agent Orange Awareness Month, but it's also Bullying Month. And we're going to be offering ethics classes for nonprofits who wish to learn more about ethics. And we know our veterans organizations fight with each other, and sometimes we get caught in the middle, and I think that's a good time to address both. Thank you for your time.
Before you leave, Ms. Hunter, could you consider on the 18th making a presentation, just even if it's just a few minutes, on the hyperbaric chamber that you believe strongly in? That's just gaining more and more interest. If you would consider that, would appreciate it.
I absolutely would, and I have about 3 crack team members that are helping me put together a basic business plan and the costs and so forth associated with that. But yes, sir, I would be more than pleased to do that.
An extra way to help heal veterans.
You know what's wonderful about hyperbaric oxygen therapy is it will treat some of the issues associated with the wounds of war, PTSD, traumatic brain injury, but also long COVID Alzheimer's, Lyme's disease, things that really address more than just your basic health issues for veterans, but for our aging seniors as well. So there's a broader application beyond just serving veterans, but it's certainly in the right context would serve our veterans. And of course, one of the biggest things that we're tasked with at the Curry County Suicide Awareness and Prevention Council is suicide prevention in general. So depression, bipolar, there are a lot of different kinds of mental illnesses that have treatments that are available through hyperbaric oxygen treatment as well.
And I'm so sorry, I just said hyperbolic, and that's because I heard the president last night use that term 3 times, hyperbolic. So anyway, little blunder there, thank you.
It's a hard one to say. H-Bob is much easier. Thank you. I'd love to help.
Thank you again. Mike Burns.
Hi, Court. Thanks for asking me up here.
Certainly.
To talk about this lung cancer screening. There was something else here that I had mentioned to you. I talked with Sam Vitale yesterday before I put this together about the Curry County Veterans Memorial. And if there's time, I'll read it, but I'd just as soon pass this on to you guys. I got a copy for each of this.
We're going to be bringing you back, so you probably don't need to read it today, but you have 3, 4, 5 minutes if you need it.
Yeah, okay, we can address that. But I did have to go a little longer on this lung cancer screening. Last night I had to add a page to it. It's about 3.5 pages. I wanted to address this for firefighters, too. I wanted to try and advocate as best I could for that. So low-dose CT lung cancer screening. So when I spoke at the last county commissioners meeting, I briefly mentioned the lack of lung cancer screening awareness and using low-dose CT scans to detect lung cancer and screening for abdominal aortic aneurysm. I had briefly addressed these and other medical screenings with Roseburg VA Director Keith Allen at an August 2019 town hall meeting. At a meeting he requested with me in September 2019 in Roseburg, and subsequently in emails he requested I send to address in more detail. Abdominal aortic aneurysm screenings, it's a one-time screening with ultrasound. It takes about 5 minutes. It's recommended for smokers or former smokers who are age 65 to 75 years of age. If they've ever smoked, regardless, how much, as little as 100 cigarettes in their lifetime is what it's based on. If a large aneurysm is detected, it can be surgically repaired. If an aortic aneurysm ruptures, you probably won't survive. The abdominal aorta is the largest artery in your body. Low-dose CT scan uses to detect lung cancer early when it's treatable and curable, and is currently recommended by the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force for current smokers with a smoking history of 20 pack years, that's a pack a day for 20 years, 2 packs a day for 10 years, or former smokers who have quit within the last 15 years and are between 55 and 80 years of age. The incidental findings reported from a low-dose CT lung cancer screen can be just as important and life-saving with regards to your heart, pancreas, etc. The radiology department at Providence in Medford explained to me that the low-dose CT scan delivers a radiation dose that's equivalent to 1 cross-country airplane flight. Atmospheric radiation doubles every 1,500 feet of elevation.
Could you say that again, please?
Okay. The radiology department, when I went to Providence for my,
Medford.
and I've been there 3 times now for follow-up CT scans, the scan delivers a radiation dose that's equivalent to 1 cross-country airplane flight. Because he explained to me the atmospheric radiation doubles every 1,500 feet in elevation. He said it's equivalent to approximately 4 chest x-rays. So it's a very low dose. The Saved by the Scan posters advertising low dose CT appear on buses, billboards in Chicago. In my recent emails with the American Lung Association, which included Court, The ALA has shipped 100 of these posters, 50 of each size to me. They haven't arrived yet. You requested a dozen of these, Court, and you said you'll strategically place them to create awareness about the scan. I'll ask here that if you'd be willing to present some of these posters to Chris Siley or Director Allen, if he accepts your invitation to come down here at the Brookings Clinic, so they can post them in the lobby and in patient exam rooms. An email I sent to you, Court, I shared my letter to the editor. It appeared in the pilot in the NR Today in Roseburg, where I tell the story of veteran Steve Hodge, who died of Agent Orange lung cancer. He received his great end-of-life care in Roseburg. I am going to read your reply here, Court. It says, "Hi, Mike. Many thanks for the trouble. The point of your letter to the editor back in 2019 is just that, beyond comprehension, enough to piss anybody who cares off."
I don't use that word very often, except to veterans that are working very hard. Thank you, Mike.
Okay. Let's get after it. Look forward to your response. I am putting together that email that we discussed, which will enable you to facilitate the resolve, which not only affects vets, but Curry County residents as well. I'll write anyone and everyone, plus make personal visits. Like you reminded, lives will be saved through the earlier detections. My efforts with the Roseburg VA to offer low-dose CT lung cancer screening to veterans started with Dave Whitmer in April 2018 after reading how lung cancer screening saves veteran lives. And it was at Bay Pines, Florida. And I'll provide you a copy with that article. My efforts have been well documented, subsequent town halls and emails, and in the VVA 757 newsletters. And I'm closing one titled Lives in the Balance from February of 2021. A month after Whitmer left, on January 16th, 2019, the Roseburg patient advocate, Kara Coughlin, wrote to me stating, "I got a response about the lung cancer screening from Dr. Wang. We are currently working with Portland VA to start our own CT screening program." That was a quote. But Roseburg VA doesn't have low-dose CT lung cancer screening capabilities. In the 2019 Memorial Day weekend edition of the paper, VVA 757 published the following ad, and it just basically says, "Dear Senators Merkley, Wyden, and Congressman Walden and DeFazio, currently the Department of Veterans Affairs, VA, does not perform lung cancer screening for veterans exposed to Agent Orange, asbestos, burn pits, or other known respiratory carcinogens that occurred during their service to our country. It's only after a veteran gets lung cancer that veterans' exposures are presumed to have caused the lung cancer, and VA benefits can be applied. The purpose of running this advertisement in our local paper is to create public awareness of this situation and request your assistance to apply pressure on the VA to offer low-dose CT lung cancer screening to veterans who are at higher risk of getting lung cancers based on their military exposures. By the time lung cancer is detected, it's often in the later stages of the disease. Low-dose CT lung cancer screening can be utilized to detect lung cancer in the early stages when it's treatable. We are asking for your assistance to take whatever measures necessary and help save veterans' lives. Sincerely, Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 757, Brookings, Oregon. Never again will one generation of veterans abandon another." So, the Lung Cancer Alliance fact sheet lists veterans' exposures to known respiratory carcinogens. That's here. It also includes veterans' higher rates of smoking due to cigarettes being included in their K and C rations. Just yesterday, I received an email response from Bristol Myers Squibb Foundation, who has underwritten the cost of low-dose CT lung cancer screening previously. I included court in my reply and asked if Bristol Myers Squibb would consider underwriting lung cancer screening for veterans based on their military exposures to known respiratory carcinogens. The GO2 Foundation for Lung Cancer is a VA PALS partner. PALS stands for Partnership to Increase Access to Lung Screening. In a GO2 email response, the Agent Orange burn pit registries for veterans include a health exam, but not lung cancer screening. There is no asbestos registry, even though veterans who make up just 7% of the population account for over 30% of the nation's mesothelioma lung cancer cases. According to the GO2 Foundation, and I've enclosed the literature, you've obviously got it, it's up there. The literature for lung cancer, low-dose CT scans are the only proven method. Chest x-rays are not recommended for screening. In a January 2018 article, Dr. Channer at the Ralph H. Johnson VA Medical Center, I quote her here, is that veterans are at twice the risk of developing lung cancer than the general population. And lung cancer is the #1 cancer killer. Before the start of lung cancer screening, the majority of lung cancers were diagnosed at later stages with worse survival rates. A 5-year survival rate was ranging from 12 to 30%. At the Ralph H. Johnson Medical Center, veterans are identified for lung cancer screening through a clinical reminder during a visit with their primary care provider based on lifestyle risk factors and age. These veterans are then referred to the lung cancer screening program. Unless Director Allens has made some changes, this does not happen within the Roseburg VA healthcare system. I requested lung cancer screening twice in 2018, and the Roseburg VA did not know where to send me. The lung cancer screening program was not open to Roseburg veterans, and that's documented in my medical records. The lung cancer screening in Portland, I should say, I missed something there, sorry, but Portland VA does have one, but it wasn't open to veterans from Roseburg. According to a March 30th, 2021 article by Erica Spry from the VA Research Communications, early screening is essential to increasing the number of long-term lung cancer survivors. Each year, over 8,000 veterans are diagnosed with lung cancer in the U.S. Increasing lung cancer awareness and screening for Curry County residents will help veterans. Smoke and residue from military burn pits contain the same dioxins found in Agent Orange. The burning of trash also produces these dioxins. And I do have the EPA article on that.
Mike, did you bring us copies of those letters by chance?
Copy of which, Kurt?
Of what, your 3 pages? Did you bring us copies?
Copies for all you guys?
Yeah.
No, but I'm going to give you this one.
Okay, we'll make copies. Great.
You can make copies.
We're going to bring you back on September 1st. So
and
we can talk you into
and
it.
I'm almost done here with this one.
Okay.
So, Court, with regards to fires, you shared with me that a firefighter friend of yours got lung cancer 9 years ago. Per a February 5th, 2021 Oncology Times article titled Increased Cancer Diagnosis Among Young Firefighters, I can close a copy of that. The 2 main exposures for firefighters are through inhalation, if a firefighter is not wearing scuba or prematurely takes it off, or through the skin, despite the use of personal protective equipment. There are no occupational guidelines recommending low-dose CT scan for firefighters, although the firefighter population accounts for approximately 30% of lung cancer cases. In Arizona, the recommended screening for firefighters is age 40. We found that everyone on the, there's a quote, we found everyone on the ground, regardless if they were in the structure on fire or not, had increased exposure. Interventions put in place included having the fire service vehicle operators wear scuba and having the building entry team members wash down their turnout gear before removing it after a fire. Because cancer has a long latency period, 30 years, between exposure and the onset of the disease, biomarkers are needed to measure the early toxicological effects of carcinogen exposure. Now, H.R. 1174, Federal Firefighters Fairness Act of 2019, was introduced and referred to the House Committee on Education and Labor on 2/13/2019. I've enclosed that. These bills recycle every 2 years, so the numbers stay the same. So you got to make sure which Congress and which year it is. 1174 can cover providing rooms for lactating mothers, in federal buildings, or taxing online gambling profits. Just depends on what year it is, which Congress. The bill, 2019 bill, provides that heart disease, lung disease, and specific cancers of federal employees employed in the fire protection activities for at least 5 years is presumed to be caused by such employment if the employee is diagnosed within 10 years of their employment. 30 years it could take for these things. And then I write, that is, quote, beyond comprehension enough to piss anyone who cared off. The use of biomarker testing of the blood to detect cancers is still being studied. I did make an inquiry with one company called One Test, and I've included the email reply I received. Respectfully submitted, Mike Burns.
You're the best, Mike. Go with awareness of Agent Orange. 50-some years later, 60 years later. So yes, we will bring you back. Keep working. We'll keep helping. A lot of interest between you and Mrs. Hunter. South County and Curry County is very, very well represented. Thank you.
Real quick, Mike, got a question?
Sure.
Where would a guy go to get a screening right now? I live in Brookings.
Well, I go to Province.
Okay, Medford.
Court just sent me an email. He did. I didn't know. All I had to do was ask
You can go
Court,
to Sutter, actually, but that doesn't mean we don't want to work on getting one in Gold Beach, right? Or even the medical center.
Right. Now, Curry Medical Center never got back to me.
Okay.
Gold Beach, Scott called me. He says they don't have it. They got it up in the Bay Area Hospital. And I know they have it, I believe, in Roseburg at Mercy and Rogue Regional Medical Center. They've got one. They've actually got the most advanced CT scan in the area. It takes 512 slices, which is every time that thing spins around the gantry, it's taken 512 slices, pictures, versus like the VA's, it's a 16-slice machine. So if you need a CT scan, I'll go to Rogue Valley Regional.
Is that the new one in Grants Pass?
They didn't have one. They don't have one. Court did get a list from the VA, and I'm going through that list, trying to find out. It's not a completely accurate list.
We need to verify.
Finding out, but some of it is, correct.
Okay.
So,
Thank you again.
thank you, Court.
Mr. Byerlin. You want the mouse there? We'll make sure they get copies.
You got it?
Great work, great work. Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
Steve Byerland from Siskiyou Beach, and that's kind of a hard presentation to follow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Tangle up with these darn things.
Steve, do you need the mouse?
Yeah, maybe.
You're closer.
Can I approach the bench?
Sure. Don't say that.
Well, I have not, I do not have a lot of experience in the homeless, probably no more than just about anybody that, looks out there and sees, but I traveled around the state, and Curry County is quite fortunate compared to, places like Eugene and Portland, Salem, and when I was in Washington, D.C., it was horrible, many years ago. This has been a long-going problem for a long time. Somebody asked me what I would do about homeless, and I told them that I didn't feel qualified or didn't have any thoughts on it at all. And then it came to me, to try and, look at it. So I sat down, and I may be stepping on somebody else's turf here, but I wanted to bring this to the county commissioners. And The Hands Up program of Curry County is what I slapped on this. This is a proposed outline of addressing homeless or displaced citizens in Curry County. And not intended to be a social welfare, but a hand up on a road to returning to productive life. An outside look at the perplexing homeless issues facing all cities, counties, and states. When my wife and I were married 48 years ago, we had a $100 pickup. I was able to negotiate a 10 acres of land for $100 a month. We lived in an abandoned trailer, and we had a great garden. We kept things going. We had no water, no electricity, no road, in the property. We spent about 2.5 years there until we got on our feet, But I look back, and an awful lot of citizens are, one paycheck away from being where these people are. The Oregon homeless population, could be next slide, or do I do that?
Yep, you're set.
The Oregon homeless population, according to looking on the internet, is 553,574 in the United States. Excuse me, that's the number. In Oregon, it was 15,876, about 3% of the national total. So we really don't have as big an issue as what a lot of the other states have. But it might be easier to address on a smaller scale, put together a plan that works forward and might become even a national model. 82% of Oregon's population lives in the Willamette Valley. So you would think they would have 82% of the homeless, but that's not necessarily true. Only 5% lives on the coast. But and there's 11% homeless are likely to be veterans. Most homeless vets live in rural counties like Curry County. So the percentage will probably be higher. Vets are, as a group, pretty much self-doers. And they can survive. A lot of vets would, if they were homeless, would move out in the woods and take care of themselves and figure something out. But they're still homeless. 33% have been homeless for 6 months or less. I found that to be really interesting.
Wow.
6 months or less. Those people are basically, to me, low-hanging fruit. They're not displaced so far away from, workforce. They haven't been on the street for 5 or 6 or 10 years or whatever. They are, can probably be gotten back into it. But who can afford? I couldn't afford if I didn't have an income, first and last rent, and be able to pay the rent prices, even if you could find a place, 27% have been homeless for over 2 years. That's a little tougher group, and with being homeless comes depression, hopelessness, and no angle or way to move up.
Some addictions too.
Pardon?
Some addictions too.
Yeah. Well, that's where I was, was going to do, is that there's a number of classifications of homeless. We seem to look at homeless as being one classification, and it's not. I've listed some classifications. This might not be all of them, but there are people who want to be left alone. They're probably embarrassed, upset, mad, disappointed, disillusioned, whatever. And it's best probably to start with to leave them alone, And I would suggest, we've got Sheriff's Department, Road Department, Forest Service, and the county code enforcement officer, different people to see these people out and about, is to kind of get together. And my thought was maybe a wooden stake like you use in a construction site with a ribbon on it, red, leave me alone. We give somebody has talked to them and identified that, so don't bug them right now. Behavioral, which is mental illness and substance abuse, or as a yellow, and a lot of them fall into this category. And as a citizen, if you went into a homeless camp, I would think that one of your fears would be, how combative, or who are you dealing with? What are you getting into? But if they're identified with a yellow ribbon, that's, lets the whole citizenry know that, kind of stand back from these folks. These folks need aid from the state in the mental health issue, and it's going to take a more difficult approach with them. The place lost their jobs and need help. They're green. Those people are ready to go. If you offered them a job, place to live, and a way to go, they would probably take it and be ready to do something. And so that'd be a target, and that's probably about 30% of the displaced people out there. And some of these people aren't totally homeless; they're on the verge. And next week, next day, whatever, they're right there on the edge. Veterans with issues. My wife came up with the Purple Heart color for that, and we all have a heart for that, but trying to get them help. Some of these people fall in this other categories as well, but my belief is that a lot of those people can be reached, and there's other vets, that might be helpful, in reaching those, whether it's the VFW or members or Marine Corps League or whoever it might be helpful in reaching those folks. Poverty level goal is those people are almost homeless, a few days away or whatever, but they need to be considered, so we're not growing the population more than we have to. And there's subcategories, I'm sure, disabled, transient passing through the area or whatever, but I think by color coding these, then we can begin to identify how do we address funding or, getting something together to help them. Volunteers might want to sign up, to help the veterans part of it, like I was mentioning, and other would maybe businesses, they're looking for workers, and might be interested in looking into the displaced, and with the displaced, we have a big program here in the state of Oregon that's workers' compensation training, the state of Oregon. I'm not saying they would, could, or, whatever, but applying these people that have maybe lost their job, can't find one in that same field, for retraining with the state, maybe there's a way to find funding for retraining those people to get them back, working back into the workforce. One of the things I've noticed is driving north, when you come to Gardner, FEMA apparently has bought massive numbers of RVs, and they're sitting out in an open lot. Bad place for them with weather and, to be deteriorated there and whatnot, But there's probably a couple hundred of them there,
Oh, more than that.
Yeah, and those trailers, now how do we access those trailers for homeless? I don't think it's that tough, I think the counties, led by Curry County, hopefully, would request, maybe go to the Association of Oregon Counties, and request that the governor declare emergency on homelessness, and if she did that, then our senators could then do that on the federal level and get FEMA to back and allow us to use those trailers for our homeless. They're just going to sit there and rot.
They're empty right now?
Yeah, they're empty right now.
Well, the word was, the word was that it was for a fire issue or, people being displaced. Should we have
But
another
potentially.
2021?
Well, but one of the things we see there is fire season is not necessarily the worst season for homeless.
No.
The winter is. They don't need those trailers in the winter, unless something's burned up like it did over at Ashland. Those people are starting to get, back on their feet and get their homes built and whatnot. And those trailers they're using are starting to be released and whatnot. But the county, and this is probably a touchy one, the county has parks, and the one of the things was setting up a trailer, then you've got a sewer, water, issue and, getting them set up. But the county has parks, and it doesn't have to, take over the whole park, but a section of the park, especially in the wintertime, would be set aside for putting, because they sit there empty at that time of year, and be able to put a half a dozen, trailers here or half a dozen trailers there, you make a difference, and and in my mind, there would have to be a contract with whoever used that trailer that be signed when they went in, that the county would propose, that they had to follow certain rules about keeping them clean, taking care of the trailer, and so on, and if they were asked to leave, they'd have to be, be willing to leave according to their contract. In violation of that contract could be violation of a, county ordinance or something, but that would be, that's, all of this is out of my ballpark, but, and I know I'm kind of probably stepping on some other turf that's already been there, but I ran this by quite a number of people, and they seem to, like the idea. I'm not sure where it goes from here, but where I was, I don't know if it's where you were, where I was sitting at the kitchen table with my twiddling my thumb saying, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to start, how do you start, and so this is maybe a starting place. And I think the county commissioners here, being a small county, being really a relatively low impact on homeless, although it's a severe impact, compared to other counties and whatnot, is a place to start and kind of put together a trial program that then can be taken to the, whether it's the Oregon counties on the coast or to the Association of Oregon Counties or whatever, to move forward. But I think with this, Curry County has an opportunity to lead, and maybe make a difference.
Questions, Commissioners? Herzog?
Well, I tell you, Steve, I just appreciate your, your honesty as far as you knew nothing, but you said, I'm going to do something. Even if I don't know what I'm doing, I'm going to do something. So it strikes home to me, before this commissioner's position, had housing, where I worked, and there's just a huge impact and a place that we need to concentrate on this. But it's like, I'm like you, it's like, where do you start? Where do you start? Where do you go? How do you go into a camp and put a yellow ribbon or a red ribbon or a green ribbon or a purple? I just appreciate, and I'll back you up 100%, and would just, we'll maybe sit down later on, this week or next week, and I'd love to help you out, with more, with time.
Thank you, Commissioner. One of the things that helped with this is I was a river guide for 30 years,
Yep.
and every day was a different set of problems, different water level, different clients' abilities, different, pressure from other boats, different river levels, and occasionally I got thrown into a stream that I didn't knew nothing about it really, and I knew how to fish, but I didn't know the water, and it was very intimidating. And so what I told the guides that worked with me and whatnot was, I know this is intimidating, but break it into pieces. Look at the water. Where do you think the fish are going to be? On the inside turns, on the deep holes, depending on water conditions, or whatever, and then concentrate on those places. And this is no more than that, the same action. And another thing that I've always stood by is that life is like a river. And a river coming down doesn't run through a rock. It goes around it. But it finds its way down the river, and so we run into these rocks that we don't know what to do with, but there's a way around them,
Commissioner Pash?
Well, I just, thanks for your work on this. I'd be interested to see what the new numbers are from this year on homeless in the state, because I think they're exponentially up from what was reported in 2019. So I'd be interested to see more on that.
I guess my greatest hope that I would like to see something moving forward by this winter, then we're going to have a lot of folks out there, like Commissioner Pash says, that probably are new or whatever, and that 3 to 6 month category is something we can really work with, I think, and reduce the number. If we reduced homeless in Curry County by 40, 50%, or statewide by 40 to 50%, that's a big deal, And I think that the people in the red category, when they see the people in the green and the purple heart, or even the gold, doing better and going on, they're going to switch their color, and so.
Well, Steve, this is insightful, intuitive, wonderfully, just a wonderful concept. And I mean, I've known you for many, many years. I'm wondering, what do you do in your spare time? Housing is, and homelessness especially, is getting to be the number one issue. I mean, even beyond wildfire, catastrophic fire concerns. So, I was on the phone with, last Thursday morning with AOC Director Nikhil and Clatsop County Commissioner Leanne Thompson. So we discussed about having, and you just mentioned a moment ago about having a coastal region, and the rest of the state would be the second region, and AOC is really behind. This is what we're talking about, all that's going on with some of the faith-based organizations, and everyone's starting to give this more attention, and it's coming, and there are things we can do. I love your comment about leave me alone. Yeah, they see a way out. They see a way to improve their lives. I can't think of a better word other than exciting. So I wish I'd have had this information Thursday morning, and I would have presented that. You'll probably meet Commissioner Thompson at some point, and Commissioner Yamamoto from Tillamook County. And that's a benefit of AOC, and getting to know these commissioners. Tillamook County is just way ahead of the other coastal counties right now, without exception.
I feel
on
a
this
little.
issue.
I feel a little badly that there's people who worked on this for a lot of years. I have less than a day into this, and so I certainly don't see all angles. I don't know the roadblocks they've come up against, or the problems that they've had or whatever, but I hope the county can, refer this to the homeless committee or whatever, or, move ahead or get, something going. I'd hate to see it just, left dropped, so.
Many thanks.
Yep.
Wonderful. So can we do your next item and then do a 10:15, 10:20 break, or how much time do you think you need on the sheriff? I think you...
That's probably going to be about 15, 20 minutes, but we still got the consent agenda and all that to go through.
So let's do the consent agenda real quick here. 6A, minutes, business meeting, March 24th, 2021. Minutes 6B, business meeting, April 14th. Then 6D, signature authority, juvenile director for renewal of juvenile crime prevention basic and diversion services agreement. 6E, amendment and adopting personnel rules. The only thing I'd add on that is 130 pages, and that was good work by Human Resources Director Swift. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda, board.
So moved as amended.
Second?
Further discussion? Call for the question, please. Staff Jedward.
Yes.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
So can we go another, let's see, it's 10:03, can we go another 15 minutes now while the sheriff's here instead of...
I can wait for the break. I got to use a break, too.
See y'all back here at 10:15. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session. Curry County, Oregon Board of Commissioners. It is 10:15, August 4th, 2021. Next item on the agenda is 7, what do we end up?
Aye.
7I, thank you. Commissioner Pash, current status, can't read my own notes, sorry about that. The Sheriff's Department planning.
Well, I'd like to start this meeting or this agenda item out by having our sheriff step up to the microphone. He had a press release, and I'd like him to explain to the public what occurred, and that is actually the lead-in to what I'd like to discuss in it. So, Sheriff, when you're done, if you would please stay at the podium, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, this is Sheriff Ward, Curry County Sheriff's Office. There has been about a 2 to 3 month investigation on a large marijuana grow down in the Winchuck area off Peavine. We had a lot of complaints from the neighbors down there. local residents of illegal activity going on. They're afraid to leave their homes. We've had a lot of crime in that area as far as mail thefts, break-ins, and things like that. And we were trying to get all our ducks in a row in order to address this possible illegal grow. And it was on private property, and what we understood that the owners of the property said they leased some part of their property out for somebody that was growing vegetables. Well, we all knew what was going on, but we were trying to get our ducks in a row in order to deal with the problem. Friday morning, one of my deputies happened to be driving up Peavine, come around the corner, and there's two Hispanic males with bundles of marijuana on their backs coming out of the brush. He stopped to detain them, and at that point, more backup showed up to assist him, and information that they gathered on from some of them that, there was a large marijuana grow up there, and there was possibly more people in the garden with possibly weapons. So we kind of held off for a bit. We got our detective, who has just recently been promoted to sergeant, first female sergeant in the history of Curry County for patrol. Still working with this, because she'd been working this case for a couple months. She was able to apply for a search warrant. We got the search warrant. We used, I think there was 8 of us, including myself, my captain, my sergeants, and some deputies. Served the search warrant on the property. We found through that area as a typical Hispanic grow, cartel type grow. 9 different makeshift, what you call greenhouses. Some of them were like 35 yards wide and almost 100 foot long, just full of marijuana plants. We ended up taking our canine in there, searching the property. We didn't find any extra people, but we found out where there were just a ton of damage to the environment. Lots of different chemicals and processes of stuff to do their grow. Dug out big holes, filled them with water, had chemicals in the water, lines coming out of them, and this is right next to the Winchuck River. So I would say within maybe 200 to 300 yards of the Winchuck River. We didn't have any resources. I tried to call Josephine County, say, hey, I know they've been dealing with a lot of marijuana illegal grows over there and destroying those. They didn't have any resources to send us. Basically, gave me some ideas on how to deal with it, what we were in with. We knew we needed more resources, so I called in search and rescue, came down and helped us process the whole site. It was in different areas, under wooded areas, and there was so much garbage, places where these subjects were living at in tents, and just food everywhere, human feces everywhere along trails with toilet paper everywhere. It was just disgusting. We were able to take 2 days to cut down all the plants, and there was just right under 5,000 plants, but they were all mature. A lot of them were mostly budded out, and they were probably going to start harvesting pretty quickly. We, through our experience and resources and research, we know that that stuff is grown illegally and taken out of state and sold in places where they don't have, it's not legal to possess. And keep in mind that we're still under federal laws as well as still against the law to possess marijuana federally, and we've taken an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States as well as the Constitution of the State of Oregon and the laws thereof. So we were able to get it all bundled up, and a little bit more research we did. If you take it out of state and you sell it, it could go up as far as high as $4,000 a pound. Each plant is can average about a pound each. So you figure that up, that totals up to a little over $15 million. That's the possibility of what that could bring in to the growers. We did arrest 6 people out of the grow, brought them up to and lodged them in the county jail. There's $25,000 bail on each one, and it wasn't in no time they had somebody up, the cartel, whoever it was, came up, bailed out 5 of the 6, just cash, boom, boom, boom. So it's over $12,500, I think is about what came up with and bailed these people out. It's very dangerous for my guys to go in and take care of that when we don't have the resources with other counties, because they're strapped as well. But since then, you know, I put a press release out. Social media kind of blew up on it. There's a lot of congratulations for us and things like that, but there's also some people that are angry that, why didn't you just take the marijuana and give it to somebody like medical places and things like that? We can't do that. It's against the law to possession, and it's against the law to grow it. Also, since then, I've got information about 2 more very large grows, and I don't know that we're going to be able to deal with them because we don't have the staff or the resources to, or the funds. So it's coming. It's been here for a while. It's going to get worse. Josephine County is like I say, is overrun. When I talked to the sheriff over there, he says it got to the point where all they do is they go in and cut it down, get some samples, and leave because there's so much of it. And like I said, it's against the environment, the waterways, and the stuff that they put out there and destroying the property. It's just incredible. You'd have to be there to see what I'm talking about. If we're going to do something and try to keep this out of our county, we're going to need the resources to do so, and funding and employees. So that was basically that. And Commissioner Bash asked me to come and talk a little bit about it, and so that's what I did.
And that's what I want to continue the conversation with the board about is, you know, the future of Curry County is California. You know, this is coming, and we've known about it for years. For us to think because we live over the border in this quiet little bedroom community that the criminals aren't going to come up here we would be remiss if we think that. So I want the county to start looking at planning. Just this property alone, the abatement procedures that are going to happen on this property to clean up the chemicals and all the, you know, the feces and all the defecation and everything on this property, I would imagine is going to be pretty large. And how are we going to be, as a county, responsible? I'm sure you're going to have a landowner that says, well, I just thought they were growing vegetables. I'm sorry, but what was it, nine buildings?
Nine structures.
9 structures of, you know, 100 by 50 on your property, and you're not going to, first of all, the smell from that has to be enormous for, you know, that much of it. So I can just see the abatement issues for that being tremendous, and, you know, either the county is going to have to step forward and look to a way to make sure that's done through the landowner, or do we look to seize the property to pay for the abatement and get it done properly? These are issues that we're going to have to face, and I don't know the legal aspects of doing that. I'm sure planning and county council would be more in tune for that. But the biggest part for me is, you know, Sheriff said, you know, it's dangerous for his guys to be in there and having to deal with the plants and all of that. The more dangerous part to that is these guys are walking into an area that they don't know the surroundings. You've got a group of people there that are probably cartel in a mountainous or very steep conditions, and these guys are walking in there, and these other guys, you know, the growers have been there for months, and they're all hunkered into there, and you've got deputies walking in there. The loss of life or the possible, what could have possibly happened there if they decided to defend their grow and the shooting and all that could have occurred there is tremendous. And I know we can sit here and say, gosh, that couldn't happen here. Look at who we've arrested in this county in the last few months. We've arrested 2 murderers, well, alleged murderers, one from Stockton and then this other one a couple of months ago. So it is here, and we do now have people in our county that are willing to step over and draw their weapon and fire. So I would like to urge this board to possibly start to look at forming a task force, a crime task force. I don't think it should be a drug task force, but I'd like to start to look at, possibly forming a unit on the border of Oregon, not only in Curry County, but let's get a hold of Jackson and Josephine County, and I believe would definitely be federal funding would be available for this, and start to look at ways to assist our law enforcement and the citizens of this county and protect them. When you've got citizens calling 911 afraid for their life because they've got this happening at the end of their driveway. They're seeing these trucks going in and out of this property, and their wife and kids are sitting in their front yard trying to play. This isn't something that we can stand for. So I would just like to have permission from the board to possibly look to move forward, contact Josephine County, Jackson County law enforcement along with the sheriff's office, and start to have some discussions. Brad Elkhorn's another one that I respect a lot in this county. He's dealt with a lot of this. So, we've got the knowledge in our law enforcement officials in the county to start to move forward with this, and maybe getting the sheriffs together along with some state officials, commissioners, to start to look at crime and what's going to happen here, what's already happening here, and get proactive and get ahead of it. And if the board chooses someone else that they want to do this, that's fine. But I would just like to see this county move forward proactively and start to look at a task force, a crime task force of some form in the very, very near future. That's all I have, sir.
Not only that, the stuff that we saw, but just, there was electrical lines running on the ground everywhere. There was 2 big generators that were right next to, in the brush, that could have started fires. And like I say, we got calls from the neighbors that they're afraid to leave their house. They were being followed into the harbor, and then followed back. And so the guys the growers that are in these gardens are basically told, I'm sure, that you better not lose our plants from whoever's the main thing on there. So they're intimidating, and it's not right for our citizens to have to live like that. And like I said, we did take several calls from people in that area that are, very, very afraid to live there.
Commissioner Herzog?
Well, I know one of the gentlemen that lives up there, and he's got a lot of guns, and he was nervous. He actually called me when I was in Texas, missed his call, but and I think that was what it was. It was, what was going on up there was scaring him, and so I thank you for, for doing what you do, you guys, but the landowner is responsible. I mean, if I let somebody on my property and they do something wrong, if it's my property, I'm responsible. So that we got to hold that landowner responsible for this whole thing, and if not, then there's proceedings we do to take that land or whatever. But thank you for your hard work there, and if I'm around and you need help cutting down plants, I can do it. So.
We were pretty exhausted by the time we were done, I can tell you that.
But I would like to go in after you've made it safe. I'm not
Well, we
John
did.
Wayne.
That's what we did first, and then before we did that, halfway through the day, with the amount of stuff that had to be done, there's no way that we could do it. We were already exhausted. That's why I called 5 members of search and rescue down,
Good.
who showed up and then just tore right into it and helped us. By nightfall, we had it all cut down. And then we secured it through the night with the reserve officers, stayed on the property, and then went back in the next morning and got it all hauled down from the hillsides and into a trailer and hauled off and destroyed.
I'm just going to add something real quick. When I started or decided to run 5 years ago, and you decided to run 2 or 3 years ago, we used to have discussions on this, not knowing what was coming over our border in the middle of the night. And we had discussions with you, Sheriff, and I mean, that's just like the toughest thing in the world to prepare for, understand, schedule people, and then what do you do? And then it seems like the last year or so, it's been really active up the Windchuck, and it's amazing we haven't got somebody badly hurt as a good citizen. It's just the grace of God. So the reference to California, I think, is very good. I think it's obvious. And the sooner we get started understanding what we're up against and identifying with clear heads on where we are, I think certainly involved in the other counties. Commissioner Pash, you mentioned planning. I see Director Crockett just walked in. Did you have something you wanted to say, or? Okay, I think it's all been said. I think it's been said well. I have a couple questions for the sheriff, but they could wait till after you're done.
The other one thing I wanted to make sure before I turn it over is, over social media, they were talking about, why did you pinpoint these people as Hispanic? Well, they're Hispanic, and unfortunately. And a couple of them said, well, you never say anything about white people. Well, these two other big grows I'm talking about are white people, okay? Okay. And we're trying to figure out how we're going to deal with those huge grows. So it's just not Hispanics, but the majority of the problems where it's dangerous comes from that nationality coming into our county and growing and setting up their systems in our county.
Commissioner Pash?
I just have something else, John. I mean, I know we see TV a lot, so we all, that's everybody has that. But I notice on, are there satellite systems that are available to identify from a satellite to go in and look at this grow and see where people are before you go in on an operation? Or
well, that's maybe something like a NASA satellite thing, and it's just not big enough for that.
FBI has those kind of things, but
yeah,
counties don't.
We'll never probably see that technology.
Right. So, Sheriff, you can decide if you want to answer me or not, because you may not want this information to go out. But did you find weapons?
We did find some weapons.
Okay, no surprise. And you've had contact with some of the citizens down there since, and is there any other activity that maybe you're no, I don't want to ask you that, because I'm sure you're well up on it.
I do know that once we did the search warrant and we clear the scene, we're done with it. As far as if we have to go back on the property, we have to get another search warrant. We did get some calls from the neighbors saying that they're back and they're trying to assess the damage to what we did. So
we need federal help on this, though. It seems to me we need federal help bad on.
Well, that's
the whole.
I agree.
Identifying the cartel and just researching on who these people are, how they got here, how we get them out, and I think we're going to have to be pretty fierce. And I think what you just accomplished is certainly a first step.
We did tow 3 vehicles out of the area as well that were involved. So put a little bit of a dent into it, but it's not going to stop.
Just having your deputy have to arrest 2 people on the road
by himself.
By himself.
Well, he had his canine with him, and that was a big deterrent.
Yeah.
So,
but it still shows a lot of courage. We all think we could do that, but I don't know if I could. In that kind of a situation. Citizens arrest, I guess, but my hat goes off to your people. And,
I wouldn't suggest anybody take the law in their own hands and trying to, I know Commissioner Herzog just said that, he knew somebody up there with guns, but, we don't need a shootout up in there. But, that's our job, is to protect our citizens, where they don't have to get involved in.
Whoever it is, he didn't shoot at anybody yet, but that in itself is a deterrent, but I guarantee you, well, no, I don't know who you're talking about, but I'm sure he's a law-abiding individual.
There's a lot of traffic that goes up that road because there's it's kind of a unknown, but it's a famous Rogue River Trail, not Rogue River, but the Redwood Trail up there at the end of Peavine that people love to go up and hike.
Yep.
And you don't want to get caught and get turned around and walk into somebody's garden and get shot. It's coming up to bow hunting season, and there's elk in that area. A hunter mistakenly walks up on somebody's property and in the middle of that stuff, you may never see him again. So,
yeah. Commissioner Herzog.
So, John, have you been in contact with the landowner? Are they?
Oh, yeah.
Are they? And they're working with us, or they're working with you, or what's
I don't really want. I can't get into that information. So,
all right.
We're still doing investigation on it. Put it that way.
One real other quick question: why are we saying there's 2 other big grows?
He didn't say where they were.
Well, yeah, and they're white people, so white people with big grows know.
Because somebody with very influential knows about it and has seen it. So that's all I can say, seen them.
Commissioner Pash.
I'm just wondering, Sheriff, I brought up the possibility of trying to form, a task force, a law force of some kind between the South counties, Jackson, Josephine, and Curry. Is that something you think is something that could happen? Would it be a viable thing, and would it benefit your office?
We've been doing that already for a number of years. We would go over and help Josephine County, Jackson County, Douglas County on marijuana grows. We were a lot of us trained up in Short Hall, so we would go to these agencies, make a big plan on it, go in, cut them all down, take helicopters in and lift it all up. But we don't have the funding to do that here. What I would suggest if we're going to do something like that is give me more men, and I can train them to do that.
My question, one of my additional questions to that, though, is I think if you form a task force, there are federal dollars that become available to fund that. And that was why I was wondering.
Well, we used to get quite a bit of money through marijuana, not marijuana taxes or anything like that, but federal funding to go in, but that kind of went away a little bit. The bigger counties that have the more problems with the marijuana, like Josephine County, they may still get some, but I don't know.
So, Sheriff, I want to just, and you could say it better, I'm sure, but I want the public to know that even if this wasn't a defended grow, that what your men and women are subjected to from just the chemicals, the disease that potentially could be there, all the above. I just want to remind the public that is, it's like a war zone. Maybe that's overstating a little bit, but it is scary stuff. And so when we talk about a new jail, we talk about a new courthouse, we talk about the evolution of crime and statistics and exposure, this will help. We talked about a video of the jail, all the negative issues you're dealing with there just in the aged process. This needs to be added into that, in my opinion. So.
And I need to give a shout out to our spouses that deal with this, because when we come home, we reek of the smell of marijuana, and we have to stand out in the garage and strip down and get our clothes in there. Except me, I was too tired. I walked in and stripped in my bedroom, and it still smells like that. My captain says he's not going to take a drug test for a while. Yeah. But they have to deal with it, and it's potent. It's in my car. It's on your vest, and it's so sticky. My hands were just black because I got tired of hands just sweating so bad in gloves. I just took my hands off, or gloves off, and hands were so sticky, and everywhere you touch it just stays. And it was like I say, I got to hand it to our wives that put up with that stuff.
So I want to add one more thing. I think Planning Director Crockett could shed some good light on it. The water that they're using They're stealing that water, and it is affecting our recreation, certainly our agriculture. It, as you said, well, at the beginning, contaminating. This is a fight, and it's a fight we're going to have to figure out how to win.
Well, they got, a water hose, a black PVC water hose is running up into the creek beds and coming down and building these big, dig out these holes and putting plastic and then filling with water and putting chemicals in, and lines going out of those all over the place. And it, like I said, it's right above the Winchuck River, and the economic, or not economic, but the damage that it caused to our waterways, and from there on down, it's got to be a major event. So
Did you find a pump in the river, or were they getting it from above somehow?
up above water streams, little gullies
Gravity.
and things like that. Gravity fed.
Okay, don't leave, Sheriff, please.
I'm one of the neighbors.
Yep.
I have property within a half a mile of this situation. We're very well aware of it, very well aware of the property owner who is allowing this to happen, and I really appreciate Commissioner Herzog's comments in tying the responsibility for the cleanup to the property owner. This is a property owner that was taking cash payments, and knowing that the neighbors were mortified about what was going on, had been told all of our concerns, and still was just collecting the cash payments and letting it happen. So, in retrospect, it behooves the county to get involved in making sure that that property owner is accountable. There are different ways that you can do that. One of the ways that I would suggest, first off, is to document the environmental damage that's done at the property, and then pull in the state and federal agencies that have jurisdiction over that environmental damage. Get a log of the kinds of pesticides that were used, notify EPA, DEQ of those pesticides being used illegally on the ground, and bring those people in to start to look at this. Until the property owners are held accountable, this is going to continue. There are a lot of people here with big pieces of property that would love to have cash payments and look the other way. And that's what happened here, right in the middle of the Winchuck community. And the best thing is, all of us have guns. And now we have more guns. And that's why, because we were frightened. We were very frightened about what was going on here. So.
Thank you, Director Crockett, very much. 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the road, our kids are going to look at what we're doing now. And if we get out and beyond the discussion stage and we say, yeah, we're going to push back. We're going to stand against this kind of violence. And, Sheriff, I don't remember when you might have been on the drug raid. I think it was way up Gardner Ridge when there was a shootout. My cousin Alan was he wasn't sheriff then, but he was a deputy, and it's amazing he wasn't killed. And you might have been on that raid. I don't remember now.
I went in on it when I was, and that was before my time as a law enforcement, but I was on search and rescue at that time, and they used search and rescue to go in and help take all the plants out. But yeah, your cousin was involved with, and that was, I don't know this Hispanic group, but there was the guy who rode a motorcycle, and now he rides a three-wheeler. So when he got shot, after he got shot, so.
Yeah, I think that was 30 years ago. So where are we going to be 30 days from now and 30 years from now? So, and you don't have to answer today either, but other than additional deputies, I think there's other resources that you're talking about, and it'd be nice at some point, like I say, it doesn't have to be today, but somewhat more specific on that you're lacking, and how we can move forward on that. And I think you sure have a united board here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Director Crockett, did you have anything else? Roadmaster Christensen, did you have anything on this? No. Okay, thank you. Connie, come on up, please.
Hi, Connie Hunter again, South Curry County. I previously lived in Mendocino County, and some of the work that we did in Mendocino County dealt with the fact that there was a lot of marijuana grows by the cartels. Curry County's a little behind in terms of dealing with the cartels, just in terms of where the cartels used to do their business, more in California than Southern Oregon, it's my understanding. But one of the things that I found out in working with the Sheriff's Department and with the person who actually handled the program specific to going out and taking down those big marijuana grows and jumping out of helicopters, and the information that his name was Ron Cadillo. And Ron Cadillo actually had his own budget within the Sheriff's Department to do that work. And of course, they worked and wrote grants, and the federal money has gone down, but there still is federal money available for marijuana plant eradication. However, Mendocino County in 2021 received $2.2 million grant from the state of California to help deal with the problem of marijuana and marijuana equity. Of course, we know now that marijuana is a business, so we have a piece of that puzzle, which ends up being the black market business for marijuana. That's recreational. So I see a fix that needs to come down from the state, and I'll send some good information on how the state of California put together their plan, but they help fund the law enforcement piece of the puzzle. If you're trying to get people mainstream and out of that black market and get the cartels out, it's good for local business. Even if you don't want to admit that about cannabis, it is a business. So we're just going to have to look to the state, I think, and I may have more information on how things were put together in the past at Mendocino County. But Ron Cadillo was an amazing person to work with at the Sheriff's Department, and as I said, he had his own budget, his own relationships with other counties, of course, with Humboldt County and so forth. And without those relationships, and I'm so glad that Sheriff highlighted that, because we can't do it by ourselves, and the funding is there. And make no mistake about it, Ron Cadillo spoke to me very simply and said it's a human rights issue as well, because they get workers out of some little teeny tiny town in Mexico who promise them that there's a pile of gold at the end of the rainbow for them, and they never show up back home.
No,
They don't get fed, they get starved, they get abused, they're left out there. And so when something like this comes down, those people that had their bails paid for, they're at risk of disappearing, okay? Because they no longer have a use to those cartels. So let's keep that in mind on the law enforcement side of things and look after those people who are, maybe some of them, just looking for a way to get out of a subsistence way of life in Mexico to come here and have a better life, and then they just disappear. Thank you.
I used to have friends that traveled down every year to Mendocino County, and they showed me an article that was actually on NBC News nationally. It's been about 2 years ago now. I have it on file. But yeah, 300 people unaccounted for, just the ones that they knew they couldn't find. And so that sounds like a pretty hard to believe number, but that is a big county, and whoever's in control down there, that's how they operate. And so thank you very much for bringing that up.
It's just one of those hard life, real life things that needs to be talked about. Thank you for having the conversation, and thank you, Sheriff, for your good information.
So item 7B, Roadmaster Signature Authority to purchase for $475,000, the sewer equivalent 900 ECO 9-yard truck-mounted combination cleaner. Roadmaster Christensen, welcome.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. Roadmaster Richard Christensen. Yeah, I'd like to say kudos to the Sheriff Department for keeping us safe and taking care of the customers down there in South Curry County, and also reaching out to all our sister counties and agencies to build a coalition to take care of these things. But, you know, I also look at it as an aspect of a fisherman and an environmental damage he spoke about. And, you know, when they take the water out of those tributaries. Those tributaries have baby steelhead and salmon, endangered cohos, and they're poisoning the river. And so, salmon are a huge resource for Curry County, and these grows do great damage to that resource. And so, kudos to the Sheriff Department. Good work. Well done. Okay, on to the this Vector truck. This is a project that the Road Department's been working on for a few years, and our current equipment, one of them is broken down. This Vector truck will replace 2 current pieces of equipment that if I were to replace them, they would cost the county or Road Department $400,000. And I'm trying to consolidate these 2 pieces of equipment into one piece of equipment for $475,000. And this piece of equipment would be at least 5 times more efficient and effective at cleaning our storm drain system as the old equipment. And this equipment would also help us with possibly doing interagency work in the future for the small water and sewer districts and our cities in Curry County. It's a very powerful piece of equipment. It'd be locally available. And if we didn't have a current emergency of our own, I would be trying to help, the cities and these little water districts with their water main repairs or sewer overflows. And, one of the things that we ran into 2 years ago was we had a DEQ violation where we spilled some dirt into a storm drain and it went into the port of Brookings Harbor. This equipment would have averted that violation. And so it's really part of a best management practices to have this equipment. We have 35.3 miles of storm drains that we have only been doing reactive maintenance on, not proactive, and I'm trying to develop a proactive program that's cost effective with this equipment. And so this equipment, I had placed it in our capital improvement plan last year that you adopted, and I also have it in the approved budget for this fiscal year. It's a large expense. It's the most expensive equipment we've purchased so far, but it will help us prevent, future sinkholes or major flooding of property and property damage. So it could save us millions of dollars during large storm and rain events because we have proactively maintained our system. So I'm looking for board support and approval for the road department to purchase this vehicle.
Commissioner Herzog?
I'm in favor of this. I've sat with Rich, and I actually a couple months ago went and watched one of these, not this particular one, but one just like it, work down in the Port of Brookings. Amazing what this thing can do. It's just like a giant shop vac, and with water jets, and he has, he related to me that he has, been renting or leasing one from the state when he can, or I think this is an opportunity for the county to be proactive, like he said, and so I'm in favor of this capital outlay.
Commissioner Pash?
I met with Rich the other day we spoke about this some, and I was involved in a couple of times of watching this thing work, and it is an amazing piece of machinery that would save Rich's crew a lot of time and headaches. If I could, what was the lease payment? I know we leased one for 30 days a year or so ago.
Right, and so I have that.
The only time I haven't seen you with something right on the top of your head.
Right, well, it was basically,
Like 28.
I don't have the number on my top of my head right now, but I do have that we did a cost benefit analysis, renting versus purchasing, and what we determined is that if we could rent for the next 10 years at the current rental price that we received from these vendors, because we rented 2 different Vectors last year from 2 different manufacturers, and we also hired the state to help us with their Vector, but it was a very limited resource because they need it more for themselves than they can help us. And actually, and then, but what it kind of came down to is that we could pay this vehicle off in 10 to 11 years and have a $120,000 asset that we own that would still be in good service if we take care of it for the next, 5, 10 years. And so during that cost-benefit analysis of just, buying it outright versus just renting it at today's prices, and those prices they gave us were really low, in my opinion, because they knew we were in the market to buy one. So they really wanted us to use their equipment, and they gave us a good price. So I'm thinking we would have it paid off in rental rates in 10 to 11 years if we rented, but we'd only have it on site for 3 months a year, where now we could have it on site for 12 months a year. So now we could use it for other activities like hydro excavating when we're doing infrastructure projects. Right now we have a lot of incidents where, Charter Communication, Verizon, they use our storm drain culverts as to put their infrastructure. They lay it right on top of our pipes, adjacent to our pipes. So when we go repair our infrastructure with our heavy equipment, we rip out their infrastructure, and because we don't really know where it's at, and they don't really know where it's at. They mark it. Yeah, there's one around here somewhere, but with this hydro excavator, we could safely dig up our storm drain pipes without damaging their infrastructure, and that's one of the benefits of this. And those other 12 months, we could be doing hydro excavating for ourselves, but also, too, is it'd be available to help our sister agencies like the state. Like currently, the state has one vector, but they share it throughout this whole region with all their other departments. And so Port Orford and their Hunter Creek offices, they only have that equipment about 3 to 4 months a year. So when I tried to borrow it, I could only borrow for like a week, because they need to take care of their stuff. And so I talked with the state about that, and I said, if I had one here year round and you had a need, would you think you'd want to use it? They said, yeah. Good. And so, so that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to build up where I'm working with all the sister cities. I call them sister cities is my term, but, Port Orford, City of Brookings, Gold Beach, so that we could have the equipment here and help each other cost effectively. And so, like, the road department's not a money-making business, but they're not a money-losing business either. And so, but, like, if, say, the city called and said, hey, Rich, hey, we need help. We just had a sinkhole. We need to clean a storm drain. We'd be able to mobilize in there in an hour, whereas if they went calls for a company in Portland, there's thousands of dollars of mobilization just to get that equipment there. And we wouldn't be working to make a profit. We would just cover our labor and equipment rate and to save the city a lot of money. But also I'm lowering my payroll by offsetting the city work. So that's part of the process I'm trying to do. And so this piece of equipment would really help with that process.
So what you're saying in that statement is then and I'm just going to say Gold Beach just because that's the example I'm going to use. Gold Beach needs something done. You go over to help Gold Beach clear out a storm drain. You not only bill them for the man hours that were used, but you're going to come up with a rate, an hourly rate for what that truck would cost if they had to rent it. Is that what you're saying?
No. Sort of. There would be a rate, and that rate, like the state charges me $80 an hour for their Vector truck.
Right.
I'm not sure how they came up with that rate, but we would come up with a rate like that. And there's a list of rates that we use when we're doing federal projects. There's a federal equipment rate, and we'd find a balance between that rate and our current rate, which is much less than the federal rate. So we're treating our agencies, our people we're working with fairly, and building trust.
Okay, so.
Okay, let's you and I just have a quick discussion here. 225 miles of road that the county's responsible for, and I'm drawing a blank. Isn't it 80 bridges?
It's 34 bridges.
34 bridges, excuse me. Thank you. when you say miles of storm drain, did you say 3,000 miles?
No, 35.3 miles, and we figure there's about 3.5 miles that we need to clean.
I'll adjust my hearing aids there. Thank you for clarifying that. I thought I was hoping I misheard, but still, that's a lot of distance. That includes culverts, and there's a little bit of a, I don't want to say misnomer, but this thing is identified as a sewer, whatever, and that's really I mean, you wouldn't be using it for that.
Well,
Essentially.
there's sanitary sewer and there's storm sewer. They're two
Yes.
different things, but they use the same practices and equipment
Good.
to maintain. And
Okay.
so, but yeah, this truck could clean sewer lines just as well. It could clean storm lines. And, we're buying this equipment with nozzles that could clean up to 48-inch diameter storm drain lines effectively and efficiently. And what we plan on doing is we're ordering this truck where it's going to be ready for our 4,000-gallon water tender to be right behind it, so we could really get a lot done, work done in an efficient manner. And this truck could take 9 yards of rock and debris that's in that storm drain, put it in its hopper, and we could take it to our disposal site in our yard, or like the new one I'm trying to get up there in Port Orford, and we're trying to find one else, a couple more elsewhere in the county. But so these are all part of us being really efficient and effective. The current trailer right now could only haul like 550 gallons of spoils. That thing has to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, where that Vector truck's just sitting there, sucking up all that material. It's doing in one run what that little one will do in, who knows, 15 runs. So in that equipment now, if I were to replace that existing equipment we have right now, it would cost $400,000. We're talking $75,000 more, and have something that's super efficient, super effective, that my team doesn't even have to work as hard labor-wise. The other trailer stuff, I mean, it's a lot of manual labor to work it, where this equipment is all hydraulically operated. So it's less stress on my team, it's more efficient, and we'll be able to be proactive.
Can it clean out the Road River gravel?
We're moving forward, Mr. Patch.
It could.
So I would just, one more question I have, actually, no, a question and a statement, please. When the machine that I saw using, the first day I was there, I recall, it broke down before it ever got started, really. And it was just a simple part, and they had to get it fixed. But from a layman's aspect, what's the warranty on this machine? There's a lot of moving parts on it, I recall.
Actually, we have on go-to meeting the factory, if maybe we could have them dial in, or is there a way we could hook up, because they're watching this meeting right now, and they've been waiting since 10:30 to answer any questions, and they can answer that question better than I can.
Oh, is this you want me to hit the, I didn't know. So it's okay to start it now?
Sure.
Great, that's wonderful. Is that okay, Eric? You're not getting the mouse.
Yeah, you are.
While we're going through that, Roadmaster Christensen, what really sold me, not just one thing, but when you're able to keep the culverts clean, that is, in this country, we know the rains are going to return sometime in the next couple of decades, and keeping those culverts clean sometimes keeps them washing out, thus washing the road out. It really could figure for pay, and will figure for pay, in my opinion.
Property damage, losing a road, having a road slide or a sinkhole, those cost millions of dollars.
Tom, are you there? Tom?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon or good morning on your side of the world.
Just turn it down.
Good morning, Tom. Can you answer the commissioner's questions on what the factory warranty is for if we purchase this equipment?
Yes, so general warranty from all of our manufactured products is 1 year. And if there is anything that exceeds that, for instance, usually the water pump will have a 2-year on non-wear items. And then typically the chassis will have, in many cases, a longer warranty on the powertrain. That would be applicable, but for our manufactured parts, most of the items on the truck are a year. The water tanks, which are manufactured by us, are 10 years. And our debris tank is 5 years, I believe it is.
Is that all spelled out very clearly in the purchase contract?
I don't know that it'll be in the purchase contract, but if Shane has not gotten it to you yet, we can get you our standard warranty certificate that would detail all of that.
I would appreciate that. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
One of the things with buying this equipment, there are wear items, you know what I mean? When you're vacuuming up gravel and rock,
Absolutely.
things wear out, hoses wear out, and so in this package is also not just all the nozzles for all the different sizes of pipe, but is all those high wear parts. So we're buying all that through the Sourcewell contract, so we'll have those in stock, so that way, if something happens in the field, we can keep that equipment running effectively, efficiently, and then we could restock it into our shop.
I know you usually plan well for that stuff, Rich, so I know that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Herzog?
I'm ready to make a motion. I move that we approve the signature authority to purchase this sewer equipment.
I'll second.
Further discussion? I think we've researched this pretty good, and remind the public where the funds are coming from, so they know.
The funds are coming from the road fund that we saved over the last 35 years.
Good, thank you. And just so they know, and I see no...
I'd like to talk about that a little bit more too.
You're
Because they are
surely
coming
welcome
from the
to.
road fund. And what we've done is creatively taken it from the road fund. So as you know, we've doubled our chip seal projects over the years, and we've cut in half our paving projects. You know, we pave roads. When we contract out, that's over $200,000 a mile. You know, we can chip seal at $35,000 a mile. So we've lowered our capital outlay on paving projects and upped our cap outlay on chip seal projects. And there's a savings in there. And a lot of this equipment is bought through that savings. I'm not spending any more money than previous roadmasters. I'm just doing it more creatively. And so it's coming out of the road fund, but the only difference is instead of 6 miles of paving coming out of the road fund, you know, we cut it back to 3 miles. And that helps pay for this equipment because instead of paving chip sealing 8 miles of roads, we're chip sealing 18 or 16, 18, sometimes over 20 miles. So that's how we're doing it. So we're not impacting the road fund any more than any previous roadmaster. We're just doing it more creatively. And by doing this, we're getting the new equipment. You see all the new equipment, and we thank you so much. But all that equipment has made us so much more efficient and effective at what we're doing. My team is highly trained, and also they have to work less hard, you know, because with better equipment. And also, too, is this equipment's not breaking down, so now we're completing our tasks in a timely manner, and we've been able to open up. We're not doing more work than we ever doing. We're just doing it better and smarter and faster. And by not working harder, but with good equipment, we're able to open up time in our schedule to do sister agency work. And that's how we've been able to chip seal Carpenter Road for the state. Next year, we're going to be chip sealing for U.S. Forest Service. And so those are the things that we're doing to creatively extend the life of the road fund. And this equipment is a big part of that.
So I'll just conclude with this. People know how I am on the budget. I've looked at this closely. It's $500,000. I see it as a good investment. I see it as low risk, and I appreciate the extra time you offered us today very much.
Thank you.
And one more.
Do you have some? Excuse me.
I would just ask one more thing of you. When you sister agencies call you to use this equipment, you wouldn't be too gratuitous. Make sure that they're paying a fair price to use this equipment.
Oh, absolutely. It'll be fair to both parties. And, you know, we'll get interagency agreements. We have interagency for help with Brookings. I don't think we have one with Gold Beach yet. But we'll get there, you know, right now.
Call for the question?
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog?
Yes.
Chair Boyce?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rich.
Item 7C, while you're at the podium,
Yeah.
sir.
Hold on a second.
Whoops.
Do we want to end the meeting with them?
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Tom.
Good meeting you,
You
Tom.
can stay or you can go, whatever you please.
You want to sit with us while we talk about buying cars?
Yeah.
Item,
In anticipation of your order, I would like to thank you on behalf of everybody at Sewer Equipment. I often tell people we're a down-home Midwest family-run company still, so every order really means something to us. So on behalf of everyone on this end, we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
thank you for tuning in.
All right.
Thank you, Tom.
Item 7C, Roadmaster Signature Authority to award capital and assessment and pavement services, Inc. for the roadside digital video image agreement in the amount of $18,000. Richard Christensen.
Yes, this is a program Roadmaster Crumley started back in the year 2000. This is where a vehicle drives all our county roads and it scans the whole roads, and you could documents our right of way. You know, where driveways are, bushes are, any damages, or if someone does something in the right of way, we can track it. And so every 3 years, we hire this company to do that documentation for us. And this expenditure is for that. And this allows my team to work from their offices. So instead of driving out in the field to the furthest reaches of the county to look at something, they go on their computer. It's called the Iris system, and they could actually handle customer complaints, like the customer complains about someone, and we could look back all the way to 2020 to see if it existed then or not, or if it's something that they're just doing, like if they just cut in a new driveway without getting a permit and not following the rules. We're able to do a lot of work from our office with this equipment. It saves us time and money, and also it helps us document if there's any frivolous claims against the road department.
Commissioner Herzog.
Nothing. No questions?
Commissioner Pash.
No, sir.
Looking for a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Second?
Further discussion or any discussion? Call for the question, please. Staff Jesuit.
Commissioner Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Item 7D, Roadmaster Signature Authority to purchase 11 new Ram Quad Cab 4x4s through Enterprise Fleet Replacement Program for the Road Department in the amount of $335,000.
So,
Welcome back.
thank you. So a little background on this. 2-3 years ago, Enterprise came and did a presentation with the board, and and I was really against hiring Enterprise, and I was verbal about that, and I basically said, you know, the only thing they do that I currently don't do as a roadmaster for our fleet is flip vehicles. And at that time, Commissioner Pash and I got together and came up with a plan to replace 10 vehicles, 5 in Gen Services and 5 in the road department. And we executed that plan. And at that time we executed the plan, the board with Sue Gold and Commissioner Boyce and Pash, you know, Boyce, you were kind of like, you know what, I don't think it's a good idea. It looks bad. You know, we're buying new vehicles, but you're going to go with it because you're saying, you know what, I trust you. We're going to go for it. So we did. And we found out, and then recently, Commissioner Boyce, you asked, hey, can you take a second look at it? You know, talk with Enterprise. And so I did. And I'm glad I did, because I no longer am totally against this. Because what I was able to do through Commissioner Pash with 10 vehicles, I can't do with the whole fleet. You know, I'm a roadmaster. You know, other counties, they have fleet managers. That's not me. I have 9 budgets and so many different projects. And so we need help. And so what I would like to do is this, is that if we could standardize our fleet into 4-wheel drive pickups, we can the Enterprise could use our governmental purchasing through Sourcewell and buy them at the government rate, and they could flip them using their expertise and their team every year, and those vehicles make $7,000 to $10,000 every year. And so what I'd like to do is get as many as we can that are vehicles that we could flip, so we could start replacing vehicles without getting into the general fund for the general fund departments that are, everybody but the sheriff. The sheriff's more difficult, but I'm talking about all the other departments. And what we'll end up doing is, with 27 vehicles, Enterprise has determined that with those 27 vehicles, we'll actually make $211,000 a year. So we'll be able to eventually maintain our fleet with a positive income. And then once we get to where we can maintain our fleet with a positive income, we could look at the sheriff's fleet, because those vehicles are very difficult to flip. The challenge is they have so much equipment in them, sirens, computers. There's a lot of cages. There's a lot of stuff in those sheriff vehicles, and they're very expensive, after they get set up. And so that's going to be the next step. But this step right now, I'm just trying to take care of everybody else. And I think that if you look at the case study that was in your packet, you'll see where a sister agency, they're making money. And so I think that I'm asking for a leap of faith here, that we try to replace as many of these high, easy to turn over vehicles where there's just door stickers on them, and get them into this process and start putting money back into the vehicle replacement fund, and no longer take money from the general fund for that purpose.
Commissioner Herzog?
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Pash?
I'll reserve comment for now.
We're looking at 30, or 31, is it? Of my math.
Yeah, we're looking at 31, but 11 for the road department and 20 for gen services. And those gen service ones, I think that, I believe I spoke with all the department heads, and we were able to downsize one. And, but I think there's a conversation to be had there where, maybe we don't go full bore. Maybe we do, half of that or whatever this first year, But right now, I'm just proposing just go all the way with the information that I've presented to you in your packet and the information that we spoke about with Enterprise. I think that this is a really positive step in getting the county in the right direction, where, my thing is, before we start asking our citizens for taxes and anything, we need to get as lean and mean as we can and efficient and effective with our current fleet, and along with all our other programs. And I think this is a really good step at that. And I think that when we complete one full cycle of purchases and sales, and Enterprise does a case study on Curry County, we're going to see, wow, what a great move. This was just like the great move Commissioner Pash and the board made 2 years ago when we bought those 10 vehicles.
Anybody?
I'll start. This is my take on this. Rich and I, again, we met the other day and we talked about several things, and this is one of the things that we talked about at his offices. And for me, even listening to this meeting this morning, I'm sitting there listening to our sheriff's department saying that our sheriff himself, most sheriffs don't go out and do this kind of stuff that our sheriff is doing. They have deputies to do it. Their sergeants are out there to manage, or their captains. And as we all know, our sheriff's department is understaffed. And to come out and say we're going to expend, I think totaling, and my math may be wrong, $898,000 on 28 new vehicles. And do I think that it down the road will be profitable? Yes, as I've always been in favor of upsizing what we drive, the way we originally started this. I think if it's well managed, it could turn out to be a profit for the county. Yes, I would like to tiptoe into the water rather than dive in. So I would rather look at finding a small portion of this as opposed to one large group. I don't know where we're going to find $900,000 when we don't have our sheriff's deputies. We can't even find deputies because of the pay they receive. They don't even want to come here, really. So I think, that's more important part of our job. The other issue I would have with this is the purchase of this. There is a way possibly to do it all, and that is through the equity lease program. I don't like leases, but in a county that's strapped like ours, if you're in equity leasing, then you don't have that huge nut up front, what I call a nut, huge expense, sorry. You don't have that huge upfront expense where, we could sell off a few vehicles, and that would be basically the down payment on the equity lease program. That, to me, would make much more sense than coming up with $900,000 in cash and a cash expenditure to purchase 28 vehicles, from what I read on here. So that would be my, I would look to ask the board to maybe look toward the equity lease program versus the purchase, at least for the first year or two. And then if it's successful and the county can now see the numbers and you have proof, because I personally think that the current state of the automobile industry is an anomaly. We all know that there are no chips for car builders to build cars right now. Ford and GM, I do not even believe, are producing any vehicles right now. And that is supposed to end in September. So for everyone to get the chips necessary to build cars again may take till spring, they're saying. So the price of the used car market right now is 30 to 40% higher than it normally is. I think that anomaly will end, and if we do this, maybe in 3 years, we may not see the profits that we're hopeful to see, but I still believe we would at a minimum break even. I don't see a loss for the county, where now our motor pool is a loss for the county. Again, I would just ask that we tiptoe into this on a purchase program, or if you're going to delve in, and this board would like to see it, a full fruition of Rich's ask here, that we do it on an equity lease program and not a purchase program.
Can I
Go ahead.
comment on, there was a lot going on there, and I'd like to comment on all of it. And so the thing is, absolutely, and that's why in the packet is presented to you. Actually, there's two different packets, right? There's one for the Road Department 11, there's one for General Services 20. And in those two packets are Plan A's and Plan B's. One, Plan A, is to purchase outright, and the other one is to do the lease agreement, equity lease agreement. And so this is what I'd like to do, is that for the Road Department 11 vehicles, we amend the road budget, and we do the, using the power of the road fund, is do the outright purchase of the $335,000. And that's, but when Enterprise sells those 11 vehicles, we're going to get $224,000 back. And so we're really only going to be out of pocket $110,000 this first go around. The next go around, we're going to be making money. Okay, so I kind of would like to go that track with the road department. And these values that they're giving for these vehicles, these returns, they're very conservative. They're not based on this year, which is really high. If they were based on this year, they'd be talking $14,000 return on the trucks we bought 2 years ago. They're talking $10,000. Okay, they're thinking next year. And when you look at their case study that's in your packet, that's not based on these high prices. And so everything that I'm talking about here is really conservative. We could do much better, possibly. And so what I'd like to do is do the program using the power of the road fund for the road department and get it to where the road department is replacing these vehicles at a profit every year for the foreseeable future. But then also use the equity lease program for Gen Services, because we don't have that $500,000 just to pay outright. There's a couple $100,000 that we could probably use out of the Gen Services replacement budget, and I like to use that, to offset that $500,000, but to get those leases down. And so what that program is, maybe we should just handle the ones for the road department first, because that's the next topic item, and we could kind of break
That's
that
fine.
down. So
We
don't
we
get
can
spread
talk
out.
about them all at the same time, and we have been, or
Okay.
we can do what you just recommended, which is, that's A-okay. So we're still on item 7D on the, for the fleet replacement for the road department, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we just stick with that item for the road department for those 11 vehicles, I'd like to get board approval for roadmaster signature approval to buy those 11 vehicles through Enterprise and amend the road budget by $335,000, knowing that we're going to get conservatively, PAX can't even say it, back $224,000 when those 11 vehicles are sold.
So before we do a motion, do you have something else? So just a couple comments. Yeah, we've been working long and hard on this, and we're not doing it for the profit. We are doing it to save money, and I'm convinced that we're going to be able to do that. When you look at the less of a demand on your shop crew for maintenance, because all the, with new rigs, they're just basically going to be changing oil and tires for an indefinite period of time. The key word here is acquisition, I think. It's just my personal opinion. We're not really buying, leasing, we are acquiring a vehicle that we can depend on and that will maintain its value, that will build equity. There's no guarantee what's going to happen a month from now or a year from now or whatever. However, I think that this is, in my office we talked about Jackson County and the high, they're 12 times the size of Curry County and the amount of vehicles they have, and they are very accessible to you, and they are absolutely sold on this department. That's not enough reason for us to accept it, but it is a good indication of the reliability of this whole system. Everything's a risk that we do, but I see this also as low risk, and I'm happy about that. I see a movement forward. I wish we could have done it some time ago, but I see it as a win for the county, and that's all I have on this particular agenda item. And actually, I could add that in as far as 7E. I've been waiting for 4 or 5 years to get rid of vehicles we're not using, and this is going to be top dollar.
Right.
That may not be a lot, in specific cars, but we're cleaning out the parking lot and putting it, maybe we'll go to a low-income family that needs a rig real bad, but we're not using them, and it's just not justified in my opinion, and we finally have turned that corner, and I'm really happy about that. Go ahead, Roadmaster Christensen.
Well, you hit it on a perfect point there, is the cost of maintaining our current fleet is high because they're older, and we have to replace brakes, we got to replace tires, there's all different kinds of things breaking on them. There's a warning light on the dash, you got to fix this, you got to fix that, and they're nickel and diming us to death. But also, too, is, these trucks get 21 miles a gallon, and a lot of our older vehicles, they don't get that mileage. And so we're going to be saving fuel. So we're going to be able to have less out-of-pocket on maintenance. So we're saving there, too. We're going to have less out-of-pocket on fuel. And we're going to have new fleets that our staff could drive safely to wherever they're going. They're not driving a 20-year-old, 15-year-old vehicle with a warning light on the dash. And we currently have people doing that. And you brought up Jackson County, and they have over 500 vehicles in their fleet, and they're currently only doing 18 with Enterprise, just being honest with you, but they have a full-time fleet
I didn't get
manager.
into the fine detail there.
But they have a full-time fleet manager that's taking care of all those other 500 vehicles, you know what I mean? And like I said, I'm a roadmaster, and I take care of 9 different budgets and a lot of different activities, and I don't have the ability to do what that fleet manager does at a high. So that's kind of part of this process. And so I think that the big thing is selling to the public why we're doing what we're doing. And so we have the case study from the other city agency of their success. We have the synopsis saying, hey, we're going to make $211,000 a year by doing 27 vehicles. And, that synopsis, we'll adjust it to whatever you decide, but we'll make a new synopsis. And so the thought would be we would have this paperwork in the dashboard of all these new vehicles, so that way if any of our employees or staff or managers or commissioners, someone goes, "Paul, why do you got that new vehicle?" I'm glad you asked that question. Let me get some out of my dashboard or the center console. Here's a packet, go over it with them and say, this is what we're doing. It's saving the county money. And I think that if we post these synopsis and case studies on our websites and we do public education, the citizens are going to agree with this decision. And I think that, we should move forward as powerful as we can, but with doing both the equity plan and the full purchase plan, and have Enterprise maintain those vehicles. I mean, not maintain them. We're still going to maintain them ourselves, but to take care of the purchase and sales of those vehicles.
I just look at it as we got a new partner, and I think that, we'll hold our feet to the line, and I think it's a movement forward. So, yes, Commissioner.
I make a motion that we approve action item 7D, Roadmaster Signature Authority to purchase 11 new Ram Quad Cab 4x4s.
I wasn't done, if I may, before do you have to have, we did discuss whether you needed to do 11 the first year. And so any reduction in that, I think, might be...
Yeah, we could do less. This is a road department. I like to use the power of the road fund and get it going. And I really believe in this. I mean, if it was my own money, this is what I would be doing. If my family could buy vehicles the way the county can, and can sell vehicles the way Enterprise can, and have that revenue come in, I need revenue. I'm running currently on a $4 million a year budget shortfall, just like the general fund is. And I need to get as much revenue, $200,000 or 11 vehicles, so say have $100,000 revenue for me coming in every year. That means a lot to the road department. So I really would like to propose that, you let the road department buy the 11 vehicles.
Mr. Christian, how would that impact the other 19 vehicles that we're proposing and considering today?
It doesn't, it's a total separate item. Those are gen service. You got two items. One's road department, one's general services.
Okay, do you want to amend your motion, or do you want to go with the 11?
11.
Commissioner Herzog, thanks. I'm not going to second that because I'm really leaning towards just delaying 4 or 5 for 2022. That's why I would like to have more discussion on this to see if the board can be persuaded and possibly be united. Not a huge thing, because I agree with so much what you offered there, practically all. It's a lot of pickups for a county of 23,000 people. So that's kind of where I'm at. And this would give us an opportunity to look at down the road, what did Commissioner Pash say? Put the toe in the water instead of diving in. And so I don't think you'll be disappointed if we cut that by 30% and just have 8 vehicles or 7, something like that.
I'm perfectly happy to follow your leadership.
Okay. Go ahead.
It is a lot of vehicles, but it's not 11 more. We're taking 11 out and putting 11 back. So I understand Rich's thing. We're looking at, this is going to be a profitable thing, and there is that, he does have the funds. So, and I think we should do in action item 7F, which is another lot of money, we should do maybe the equity lease. But in this, I think it's 11 vehicles for 11 vehicles with an opportunity to really see.
Are you getting rid of 11 vehicles for the road department?
Well, what we would do if you approved the 11 vehicles, how it would play out would be next March, there'd be 11 new vehicles delivered to the road department. Our shop would take our radios and toolboxes and headache racks and put them off the current vehicles we have right now and put them on the new vehicles. Then Enterprise would come and pick up those 11 vehicles. And there would be an out-of-pocket cost of $400 for each one of those, so $4,400. Enterprise will haul them out of here, and they'll sell them through their general fleet services. And then they will send back the profits to the road department. And those road department, so they're estimating $224,000 of profit or equity in those 11 vehicles that we currently have. That would go back into the revenue of the road department to offset that original expenditure of $335,000. And so our actual out-of-pocket would be $110,000 at the
But
end
it's
of the year.
11 for 11. It's not like 11
for 11, yeah, I'm not
on
expanding.
top of your...
All I'm doing is trying to get 11 vehicles replaced and into a program where those 11 vehicles are now smartly using governmental purchasing power and using enterprise sales power and making a profit that we could put back into the road, into our operating budget.
Okay, so just when we talk about profit,
Yeah.
we don't know the future, but I'm confident, chances are good, but I don't want to bet on the ace here.
Right.
So I have a little concern there. I'm going to take my Budget Hawk program, and yet I see, I can do the 11. I don't see a real risk in that. So I will vote for your motion if that's what you want to do. My preference would be yes, to do 7 or 8 for 2021. And the delivery, by the way, is still 6 months away minimum, correct?
Well, they're talking spring of 2022 is right now, because like it was alluded to, the chip shortage and everything, and so, but right now, that's what the forecast, the best guess for enterprise would be next spring, February, March, April, so I say March.
Gives you a little time to prepare,
absolutely.
plan, and transition.
Absolutely.
Looking for a motion
So moved
on the 11?
on the 11.
And those
Action
11
item
vehicles,
7D.
pardon, I'm sorry.
Action item 7D, the
Okay. Look for a second. I'll second. Further discussion. I just want to make sure the 11, if I may, the 11 replacement vehicles are coming strictly from the road department.
Correct.
Yeah, you've said that, and I thank you. I didn't mean to belabor that, but just for the public to understand there. Commissioner Pash?
I am not disagreeing with the way, the restructuring of this. I'm just disagreeing with the procedure, that's all, the process.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Staff Jesuit, can we have the vote, please?
Mr. Pash,
No.
Vice Chair Herzog,
yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes?
Motion carried 2-1.
110,000, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
It is $110,000 for 11 brand-new vehicles that are going to start making us revenue.
Okay, item 7E, Roadmaster Signature Authority to sell 5 general service vehicles through Enterprise Fleet Management.
Yes, it was brought to my attention a couple weeks ago that the 3 vehicles from Public Health that went to the state, that the state was going to leave those 3 vehicles with General Services. And so I reached out to Enterprise to see what the value of those vehicles are worth. And they're basically worth about $35,000. And so what I would like to do is sell those 3 vehicles while right now there's huge
Market.
with the
Yeah.
low chip, that we could use the money, the profit from those vehicles to help buy those 20 vehicles I'm talking about for the general services, and to lower the cost of that equity lease and start building revenue. And so this is a good opportunity to downsize the fleet by 3 vehicles and stoke the funds for renewing the other 20 that I'm proposing.
Okay. Commissioner Pash?
I, through conversation with Captain McDonald last week, and then I just briefly talked about it with the sheriff yesterday, they have a need actually for a couple of vehicles. They've got a couple of vehicles that are extremely high miles, and rather than purchasing new vehicles, they would like to possibly trade the county a couple of their, one or two of their high mileage vehicles for some of these vehicles that we're talking about that are low miles. Anyway, the sheriff's there, so I'll let him talk.
Go ahead, Sheriff.
Okay, well, we've been needing to replace our academy and training cars for a long time. We got a 2005 Buick that's got almost 100,000 miles on it. We have a 2007 Magnum that's got 145,000 miles on it. We use these cars to send our deputies to training, to the academies, sometimes for 6 weeks, and that's corrections, dispatch, patrol, up to 6 weeks to 16 weeks, and then some other trainings, because we're required to provide so much training to our deputies to keep them certified. Otherwise, if they do certified, we lose our people. So the ones that we have for that are two of them out there, the Magnum and the Buick. They're constantly breaking down on us already. The deputies don't even want to drive them because they get to a place, turn it off, go in and get something to eat, come back, and the battery's dead or something. So my idea on this, I've been wanting to bring this to you guys, but we've been trying to make do with what we have, because we're trying to be good community partners as well. But we got to have something that's reliable. These three vehicles, I thought about when you guys, did this swap with the public health and mental health service to the state, but I knew that those vehicles belong to the state. When I found out that they actually given them back to the county and they're paid for, why not give us a couple of those good cars that we can use that's reliable and it's already paid for? It's not going to cost us any money. Take the cars that we have that are broken down or not very reliable and sell them off. They're much older, much higher mileage, and we can't wait 6 months for a vehicle to come in, and we can't be part of a fleet to do that, because when we ask for a vehicle, sometimes, like say, we're going to have it for 16 weeks for constant training and travel. This, I believe there's a Jeep, a Toyota, and a Ford or something out there. But any two of those, especially the Jeep with the four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, in wintertime when we're going to the academy back, that'd be a perfect rig for us to be able to do that. So instead of getting rid of something that we own outright, why don't we use those now and get rid of the old cars that that aren't even good for us? That's just my pitch.
I have all kinds of questions. Do you have something else?
No, sir.
Do you? I'm going to put you on the spot just a little bit. You probably know how many vehicles you have, counting search and rescue, everything, roughly.
Well, I'll get into that. The vehicles we have for search and rescue are the ones that we've taken out of our patrol or marine or forest and give to the search and rescue. And they have a lot of miles on them. I mean, we got two 2010 models that were constantly in the shop because those were, in that year, kind of considered a lemon law. We're still driving those things. So I figure we have like 5 vehicles in the SAR for transport people. We got, and all our equipment. We have one in Brookings that has all our rope gear and everything in, and it's an old rig that we got from, I believe, Juvenile or actually the parks. It's old. It's got a lot of miles on it, but we use it because we have to have something to haul all our equipment in. Same thing as the ones up north here. We have an expedition down in the SAR barn that has all our gear in it. It's got a ton of miles on it. I think we got that through a Forest Service contract, not contract, but a bid. But everything that we have is old and a lot of miles on it, except for our patrol cars, and we put a lot of miles on those. We have to. I mean, sometimes we drive from Brookings to Langlois and Langlois back to Brookings, and it's back and forth to handling calls that we're required to do to provide good public safety. So we don't have anything, not only for what I'm asking for the training and the travel cars and the academy cars, our new emergency services personnel that we just hired, is in an old 2006 Chevy Lumina with a lot of miles on it. And we need something that she's going to be traveling back and forth throughout the county constantly to meetings and working with community partners. So actually, there's 3 cars that we could really use to replace right now. And I'm saying those 3 cars that instead of just selling them out and buying these new trucks, but going to the pool, doesn't make sense to me when we have them right now and they're reliable and we can trade out the old ones.
So typically when your deputies go to get their training, round-trip miles from Gold Beach, just roughly?
Well, I don't know how far it is, but it's a 3.5-hour drive from here to the academy in Salem. So it's a round trip for there and back. Not only, and it's just not for that. Any time we hire somebody, it's a new mandate now that we have to send them and get a psychological test. The best one that we found so far to get that done is in Sisters, Oregon. So we have to send them up there, spend the night up there, give them a travel car and back. So there are a lot of miles get put on them. I mean, we can't get around it. We have to do it.
Yeah, Benda's, that's 600 miles round trip. Pretty close anyway. Commissioner Pash?
Well, I'm just saying also, when the sheriff's saying he sends a deputy off for 6 to 16 weeks, they need a vehicle while they're there to be able to commute back and forth to the hotel and get whatever they need while they're there as well. So that vehicle actually stays with them while they're in training.
So shouldn't this come out of your budget in some kind of trade or something? I don't know how we can give a vehicle. I'm not been faced with that before. I'm not saying it can't be done. Certainly not saying it shouldn't be done.
Well, the county owns the vehicles. Now, they were given to the county by the state. So
and that took a little bit of arm twisting, by the way.
Well, I'm glad you got a good arm wrestling thing there. But the thing is, the ones that we have now came out of our budget. Give those back. Give us the other ones. And it's all county vehicles. It's county property.
So you would trade 3 for 3. Is that what you're recommending?
Yes.
Okay. Roadmaster Christensen, did you have your hand up there a minute ago?
Yes.
Come up the mic, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been studying this for a long time. This isn't just something that happened a couple of weeks ago or a month ago or 2 years ago. Actually, 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, the board asked me, hey, Roadmaster, you need to downsize your fleet. Can you get rid of any vehicles? And remember, we downsized our fleet and we made $127,000. And some of those were replaced, but some of those were downsized. And then we went through the gen services, everything but sheriff, and downsized, and we bought those 5 vehicles. And so, I've been working on everything but the sheriff's fleet, okay? But I've been looking at it, and the road department does cost accounting on all the gen service vehicles, and all the vehicles, on their maintenance and their miles, their actual driven. And we used that 2 years ago to downsize the fleet for everybody with the sheriff, but we have not looked at the sheriff's fleet, and I'd like to talk about that a little bit. And so basically, the sheriff's fleet, when I got here, was 34 vehicles. Now it's 42 vehicles. There's 12 vehicles that have less than 750 miles a year put on them. Some of them there's a handful that have 0 miles. And some of these are vehicles that he's talking about, and I totally agree with him. They need to be replaced. But where do we find the money to replace them? But also, too, you hear what he's saying? They're driving across the state on old vehicles that are breaking down, and therefore they're not using them. Well, those are the vehicles he has in his fleet that have 0 miles on them. Okay, and I could itemize those for you. I have that information with me. But, so the trick is that I think we all, the sheriff, the board, and the roadmaster, need to sit down and look at all those vehicles and take all the information that the road department has gathered since the beginning of time. We do cost accounting on everything we do. And we look at those 42 vehicles and say, does it really need to be 42 vehicles? Or does it need to be 34 like it was? Or does it need to be less? Okay?
Or more?
Or more. There you go. I like that. And so, and then also too is what percentage of those vehicles are super challenging to replace? And those are the vehicles that the deputies drive that have all those computer packages in them, all those racks and sirens and everything. Those things have huge setup costs. Okay, so you have those. But then you also have the other ones that he's talking about where they just, therefore, go into training. Well, those don't need all that equipment. Those could be these flipped vehicles I'm talking about. And so, I'm not into having vehicles that are old and keep putting money into them. And see, now Sheriff would like to have these 3 vehicles or 2 vehicles that are worth $35,000 to get new vehicles, and their maintenance is high maintenance. You know, that's the other budget that I manage is the vehicle maintenance budget for Gen Services. And these old vehicles are nickel and diming us to death. They get bad gas mileage, and we need to get them converted into new vehicles that generate money and take care of it. So part of his fleet is very difficult, like I'm saying, high setup costs. Part of his fleet is pretty easy. And so what I would suggest is this, is that we add more vehicles to the motor pool. And when they go on these trainings or whatever, this is exactly what I talked with the DA about. He has a vehicle, 0 miles, just like a handful of the sheriff vehicles. Let's sell that vehicle and use the motor pool. And he thought, yeah, that's a great idea. So he said, Richard, sell that vehicle. We'll start using a motor pool because we know when we're going to have training, and we'll just reserve it ahead of time. And so I'm thinking we kind of need to take a hard look at the sheriff department like we have at everybody else. And you know what? They could use motor pool vehicles as well to go to these trainings. You know what? If they got to take it for 12, 14 weeks, well, maybe get a couple of them. And so I'm saying let's build up the motor pool. Let's get these 12 vehicles that he has right now that have like less than 700 miles a year put on them, handful of 0 miles. Take those 12 and maybe turn them into 4 motor pool vehicles. I don't know what the number is, but put them in the motor pool. And he could drive them to wherever he needs to go. And if he needs to use them for search and rescue or if he needs to use them for someone else, slap on, they sell magnetic door stickers that you could throw over the motor pool sticker that says, you know, SAR, search and rescue. It could say, you know, sheriff department. It's a magnetic sticker. You just slap it right on the door. But I think we just need to think outside the box and keep downsizing the fleet to where it's manageable because the major cost of vehicle maintenance is maintaining the sheriff and SAR fleet. They're old, they're broken, and we don't have a plan. And I don't have it put together yet. I just gave you a quick proposal, but it was something I was hoping to work on this winter. I wanted to take care of the low-hanging fruit now with the road department and the other Gen Services that are just stickers. But I think there's a lot part of the SAR vehicles and the sheriff vehicles that could be just what I just said. Let's get them in the motor pool. They check them out, they go out. Now instead of getting 0 miles a year, now there's 5 different, or they're available to every department. And maybe they get a few thousand miles a year. And then you start flipping them and they're making $7,000 to $10,000 a year. That's what I'm talking about.
Before you step down, the sheriff wants to talk again. What's the years of those 3 vehicles compared to the 3 that you want to swap? Okay. Just close.
I have it here on the back sheet here. And so the 3 vehicles, the Jeep Grand Cherokee is a 2014. It's worth $17,000. And that's very conservative, rough condition. And we know it's not. It's beautiful.
Okay.
And the other one is a Toyota Camry, 2015, $13,000. Very conservative. That's on rough. Again, we know that thing's immaculate. So the thing is these 2 vehicles are worth $30,000 to the general fund to start that process that I'm talking about. Anyways, that's to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Don't leave. Sheriff?
Well,
pull that microphone down, would you?
please.
I find it funny that, people talk about our vehicles, and nothing against Rich. He's got a plan without knowing all the facts. You can't just take a vehicle, slap on a sticker, and go. When we have a SAR call out, somebody's hanging off a cliff, we have to take our vehicles that are fully loaded, radio, communications, all the gear, rope gear, maybe a Stokes or whatever, and it's got to be ready to go. Some of those vehicles haven't been driven a lot because people are taking their own rigs because they don't trust those. But right now, we're working within our means. It's not costing the county any money other than a little bit of maintenance here and there or some gas mileage. But we can't just go pick up one out of a fleet and slap a thing on it, go to the SAR barn, load up all our gear. By the time that's done, the guy's already, time is of essence. Again, the 2007 and the 2005 and 6 are old with over, 100,000 miles, and one's 145,000 miles. These other vehicles, he just said they are in pristine condition and low mileage. I know there's a truck out there that they bought here recently or that they want to sell. It's only had it's less than 5,000 miles on it, and it's got maybe one oil change. Now you can sell that, just get a new one. That stuff is just, to me, it's upfront money. Maybe you get an investment in the end, but we're looking at over a year now to order some vehicles. When I order patrol cars, I don't really get them for 6 months once you place the order. So I have to order them as soon as I can when the budget's presented or approved, which we did recently, and wait for them to come in, and then we had to outfit them all up. I mean, our sheriff's fleet is a lot different from the rest of the county fleet. We have a specialized equipment. We install radios in them. Even our jail transport vans. I've used one of our old 2014 patrol cars, took the decals off the side and the overheads off the top, and made it into a transport car. So when they take prisoners from here to Coke Hill, two at a time instead of taking the van, it's a little bit more economical. And but yeah, we put a lot of miles on that too. So I'm just trying to live within our means, and I know you, Commissioner Boyce, are very,
Frugal?
very frugal with money here. And this is something that the county owns already. We just want to use them and get rid of the old stuff we have. It just makes sense.
With these, when we get into the general services 17 discussion, I mean, my vision would be send one of your people in a brand new rig and be done with it. Out of the motor pool. Clarifying the different pickups you have. I mean, I could ask you that privately, but I had a hunch that's what it was. Very helpful, though. Very helpful. I don't want to make a decision on this today. What I heard basically was a workshop. You didn't put it in that characterization, Roadmaster Christensen, but I don't want to make a decision today because a lot of other stuff has come to light, information, issues, not issues so much. I want to be careful with that word. This has been a long discussion. And I'm happy about it because it's part of the learning process, the continuing education curve, and I think there's ways to save money, and I think there's ways to equip our people with the best possible equipment that we can. I traveled, I did, in a 2006 vehicle, and I was lucky. It never broke down, either one of them, and I put a lot of miles on them. Got 24 miles a gallon, so I was feeling pretty puffy about that. But they're going to break down sooner or later, and it's probably going to be between here and Salem at 3 o'clock in the morning on the way up. So, I just don't, I want to get this on the agenda, but I'd rather have a workshop, or we could have a presentation with an action item listed. And I just think there's a lot of additional to learn. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Sheriff, but to learn how many vehicles you have, and then to learn, we shouldn't be counting a few of these for obvious reasons, come from the Forest Service contract, whatever. I don't want to vote today as one commissioner because I'm just not sure what I'm voting on.
Well, I would think, you got it on the agenda for the authority to sell 5 of these things and change that into where we're going to take those 3 vehicles, swap them into us for now so we can get using them now. It's the liability issue as well, sending somebody out in a car like that and not knowing if it's going to come back. We've had to have tow companies go up and tow cars back to Curry County, which costs a lot of money. That broke down on people going to training. Those, at least 2 of them right now so we can have vehicles now that are reliable to take to academy training and whatever. Like I said, we're required to provide that training. If we don't, we lose the guys. And worrying about it, we're going to get it out of a pool car or whatever, shouldn't have to. We're a different duck at the Sheriff's Office because our vehicles are more specialized and set up with differently than just a general pool car.
So pool car, though, that if it's gone for multiple weeks, that really isn't, that takes it out of the pool. So I see any, potential issue there as well. Yeah, okay. Commissioner Pash.
Well, I'd like to make a statement and then a motion. What we can do with this is we could, like we're talking about here, is take two vehicles of the 5 that Roadmaster was going to sell and switch them with 2 vehicles with the Sheriff's Department. So the order would still be to sell 5 vehicles. It would just be 2 of them that we're going to switch with the Sheriff's Department. If at this workshop or at our next board meeting or whatever this happens, we decide to downsize fleets and make changes, you can still trade those vehicles out and sell the ones that were originally down here to sell in the weeks to come. But in the meantime, the Sheriff's Department has the vehicles that they need to use until this board makes a further decision on downsize the sheriff's fleet or modernize it or whatever we're going to do. It solves the problem that he currently has at hand on a temporary basis until the board can deal with that. So my motion would be to sell the 5 vehicles, have Mr. Christensen sell the 5 vehicles, but the 5 vehicles would be 3 of the 5 that he currently has, and then 2 that they will switch out with the Sheriff's Department. The Jeep and the Toyota would switch. Those would go to the Sheriff's Department, and the Sheriff would give 2 vehicles back to the fleet for sale.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Go ahead.
I think when this all comes out in the wash in a year or 2, and we see what we've done with the moving of those Ram quad cabs, because you say you got those old SAR vehicles. Now, if that was a brand new Ram quad cab, and it would, it only had a couple hundred or couple thousand miles a year or whatever, but it's needed now and it needs to run, and you flip that out every couple years. Rich is shaking his head because he's seen the light at the end of the tunnel. This is yeah, shaking it. Correct, yeah, because those things are highly motivated for people to buy. We buy them at such a cheap price. We can make way more than a Durango and all those SUVs. It's a pickup.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
that's
right now,
yeah.
I'd like to get rid of these 2 old cars and trade them for the 2 that are reliable and get us for several more years.
And then I think in a year we'll see the light and say, hey, this is what we should do. So that's my discussion. I seconded it.
So I'm going to pose this only because I want it on the agenda for the 18th, so the public has full and adequate time for review. And it also affects our next agenda item. So if we're talking 10, 15, whatever thousand less on upgrading our fleet, our entire fleet program, then we're losing. This is what we've been discussing for a long time, and I don't think 2 weeks is going to make a huge difference for anybody going to the academy, which I fully support. However, I don't like last minute, and this has been a little bit of a program for this board the last since January, and so I'm going to pose it on that basis. Any other discussion? Call for the question, please.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
No.
Motion carried 2-1.
So, guys, we have a lunch. I see Commissioner Pash is pulling off his microphone here. We have one more issue. Does anybody want to work through lunch while you're here? Huh?
I don't know if legally we can.
Because of JJ.
Because of
I gotta go.
Okay, meet everyone back here at 1:15, please. Thank you. Give or take. It is August 4th, 2021. Welcome back. Our next agenda item is, we completed E, didn't we, on the 5 general service vehicles? So we're on item 7F, Roadmaster Signature Authority to purchase 17 new Ram Quad Cab 4x4s and 3 Dodge Durangos through Enterprise Fleet Management Program in the amount of $562 for the General Services Department. Roadmaster Christensen, welcome back.
Thank you, Commissioners. Curry County Roadmaster Richard Christensen. You know, if we could, can we go back to those 5? I just would like to talk about that. I tried to raise my hand. I wasn't recognized. Everybody was so busy, and you voted for it, and I'm really happy the way things went, but I'd just like to talk about that just a little bit more if I could.
Certainly.
Okay, so what I'm trying to express here is upgrading the fleet and upgrading the sheriff's fleet as well. And those 3 vehicles, right now, their conservative value is $34,000. The value, and they have high miles on them, you know, 60,000 miles. You know, they're going to get into that same position where we're going to be putting money into them, that the position I want to get us out of. And so what I would like to do is, I really liked Commissioner Boyce's suggestion that we have a workshop as soon as possible about, and we talked about how to manage and the size, larger, smaller, the same size, the sheriff's fleet. And I'd like to have a workshop on that in 2 weeks. I talked with Enterprise. They'll come down here. They do a lot of emergency service fleets. And what I'd really like to do is hold off on selling those 5 vehicles till you make a more informed decision, because what I'd like to try to do is, just really loosely, is take those 3 vehicles that the sheriff has, downsize to 2, and get them 2 brand new Dodge quad cabs and get them into the program, and so he could see how it works. And then on those 2 Dodge quad cabs, we don't put the $1,500 Sheriff Department stickers on it. We put the $20 Curry County stickers, and it could say just Sheriff Department Motor Pool. So that way his team could take them wherever they want. They're safely, 21 miles a gallon, and with vehicles that are a benefit to the county, not a detriment. So we need to get rid of these old vehicles. So if we could hold off and then schedule a workshop and then pull the trigger on selling those 5 vehicles, or not, giving them to them after the workshop.
Oh, go ahead.
You're first.
I was quickest hand. The only problem I see there, Rich, is timing, I think, because the new quad caps won't be here till spring of 2022, and I think John's looking for something sooner than that.
Right. No, that's exactly right, and he is, and because he was saying they're using their current, you know, squad cars and everything, and I think they could keep doing that. But also, too, you know, there's other opportunities. They could rent a car, you know what I mean, to bridge it. And so there's different things. So I think we had a workshop, and we could answer that question in that workshop.
Okay.
And so that's why I'm saying just hold off 2 weeks.
Commissioner Pash?
Well, my thing is, like we talked about before we voted on it, you can still sell those vehicles, but until we just make the decision on what we're going to do, we'll trade out those vehicles and hold off. If you want to hold off selling these 5,
Well,
but at least trade out.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
At least trade out the 2 vehicles that we just voted on and let him use those for now until the workshop or until we make another decision. He's got an emergency services person that's going to be wanting to get all over this county, needs a 4-wheel drive vehicle that's reliable. Until we figure out the problem and get it fixed, let him use those vehicles.
I totally agree. So in the next 2 weeks, they're using those vehicles, and and we figure that out. And so I'm totally agreeable with that. And so we need to make the best financial decision for Curry County. And I think we're not there yet. I think we need just to handle that workshop and invite Enterprise, and then we can make a better decision on if we're going to sell 5 old vehicles for, $5,000, $6,000, or those 3 that we're going to get $34,000 for at a conservative estimate. That's what I'm talking about, because I really want to get the sheriff in new vehicles, and I think we can do this. And so I think the workshop would bring that out. So I'm excited about the way things are going.
Well, Roadmaster Grisham, what you just said, we're not there yet as far as maximum savings. I couldn't agree more. And the more information we have, the better decisions we can make. I mean, that's about as basic as it gets. Common sense. Thank you. Yes?
Do we need to do anything parliamentary-wise with Molly? Okay.
I think we're okay until...
I think we're good. I think our new emergency safety administrator just lets me know which vehicle she wants. We get the gas card reinstated on it, license plates on it, and we get it to her as soon as possible.
Council Pope, do you want to respond to any concerns about the vote we already took today?
No, as long as that's what we're going to follow, I see no issue. I don't think we need to revote or anything.
Yeah, we could wait 2 weeks to pull the trigger to do what you voted on.
So we will schedule a workshop for 2 o'clock on the 18th, correct? And you'll be there.
Absolutely.
We'll get the sheriff there and anybody else that has an opinion and some background. And you mentioned Mr. Alford would Zoom in or come down. That's...
I think he'll be here.
That's good. Very good.
Yeah.
So...
You're up. Number F.
Okay.
Number F?
Number F. Okay, this is the last thing I have on the agenda, and this is for those 20 new vehicles that we talked about, and using the Plan B where we do the equity lease and get the general service fleet, everybody but the sheriff, moving forward with new vehicles. I think, speaking with all the department heads, they're real excited about it. Their teams are excited about it. They're driving old vehicles. They're costing us a lot of money to maintain. They're breaking down. And we need to get them into a newer vehicle, and I think that will help the county save a lot of money and actually start generating some revenue to future vehicle replacements.
Roadmaster Christensen, when we, excuse me, you first for
No,
questions.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Pash?
No.
I'd just soon table this till the 18th as well, or after the, that, of course, then we would lose a month probably, although we have a meeting on the 1st of September. We actually have 3 meetings in September. So tell me the reason we might want to accelerate and have a decision today on this agenda item with the 3, actually 17.
Okay, I think we can handle it a couple ways.
Okay.
Like we do exactly what you said, we wait till the 18th, or, for the conversations we already had, everybody was talking like maybe not going full bore. Richard, you're going full bore. Maybe we could do 2/3, maybe we do half or whatever. So what it could be, you just approve today 10, and then after the workshop, you could decide if you want to do the other 10 or not. And so, we don't have to go at this full bore. And, I think, I'd like to start getting the revenue generating as soon as possible for Gen Services to get them off of the general fund. So that way, and we have our staff in safe, cost-effective vehicles that are actually making a profit. So, but however the board would like to do that, we could hold off, we could do half today, and we could wait till a whole full cycle goes, a year from now, or, well, it's actually 2 years from now, I guess, that you could say, well, you know what, this was so successful, we did, Enterprise completed the, what was that called? The report, for lack of a better word.
Assessment, isn't it?
Assessment on how it actually went.
Mm-hmm.
And so we could do that. But, so I really recommend we go with the 20, but it's really your decision.
Well, Well, something to think about there is just, we don't know what we're going to be dealing with down the road in the future. And so to get them ordered, at least half of them, that would be my preference. Get them on the way, because we're still looking at a minimum of, 5 months, maybe 8 months?
Yes.
Hard to say. So, yeah, if you're okay with that, and the board is, that's what I would do. I would do 10 and move that forward, and then take whatever time we need to analyze everything we're dealing with and working with this company, and seeing if it's, if it has the merit that we believe it does.
Okay.
Okay? Commissioner Herzog?
I'm good with that. Because in 2 weeks, we might.
Could be 2 weeks.
Right. I'll put in the AGRS here soon for a workshop in 2 weeks.
Okay, I'll help you with that, or, yeah, you probably don't need help, but, on the 3 Durangos, when people just go downtown, or, parking can be an issue. I know that the better deal are the Dodge vehicles, at least right now, in a general sense, but just, that's something we can talk about at the workshop. What's the best, in a general sense, employee vehicle that it can carry 3 other people or 4 total, and park easy and very economical? And I think you've already, researched that, I believe.
Right. Well, the conservative flip factor, not looking at today's market, but looking at the market a year from now, or the market a year ago, was the flip factor on a quad cab was around $10,000. Okay, the flip factor on a Durango was about $4,500, so it has less than half of the profit flip factor, and so I talked with all the department heads about that, and they said, you know what, we could drive a quad cab Dodge. It makes sense. You're saying, Richard, we're never gonna have to pay money out of our budget or go to the general fund begging for money to buy a new vehicle again. I'm going, yes, that's the goal. And so, but there's one department that absolutely needs Durangos, and that's Juvenile Services. But they're willing to say, hey, Rich, they're going like, we'll try not a quad cab, but a crew cab with a camper shell with a partition in it. We'll try one instead of a Durango, because the crew cabs only cost $1,000 more than a quad cab, and they have that same flip factor of high dollars. So Juvenile Services is willing to work with this process and maybe get away from Durangos, but they want to try one first to see if it actually works for them.
They need more room.
They need more room. Yeah, and yes, they need more room. Plus, they have a lot of supplies and stuff, and they need to keep those safe. And it's but that's what they would like to do. They want to try upgrading their fleet. They're hesitant, but they're willing to try one for 1 year. And if it doesn't work, they go back to the Durango.
Moving forward. Who said earlier? Yeah, thinking outside the box. That's good. They're willing to try. That's all we can ask.
Right. Yeah. So I really have a feeling you have unanimous support from all the department heads for this process, and I think that if you let me pull the trigger on 10 today, we have the workshop, and then after the workshop, you could say hold off a year, or maybe do 8 more, 5 more, 2 more, whatever. It's just we can narrow it down. But I really think we should look at narrowing our fleet as much as possible for departments and get vehicles into motor pools so they get higher use.
No vacant vehicles sitting there unused.
Yeah, no vehicles that get less than 1,000 miles a year sitting in that parking lot. I want to be that hard, because like I have a vehicle, it only had 4,000 miles put on it last year, and it was in 2 years. 2 years, it has 4,500 miles. But you know what? That vehicle is going to have a huge flip factor than one that has 20,000 miles on it, right? So the thing is, it's all positive to me. So I'm not really worried about the mileage as much anymore. I'm more worried about getting into a proactive program where we're getting new vehicles at little cost in the beginning and no cost in the future.
Well, thank you very much. So I'm looking for if you don't have anything else, I'm looking for a motion, board.
Thought you made a motion.
No?
I'll make a
Did
motion.
I make a motion,
I
John?
don't think so.
Okay, I'll make a motion to, on 7F to do we need to?
Well,
3 Dodge Durangos and 7?
I would just say 10 vehicles.
okay,
Is
sorry.
that going to be 3 and 7?
No, because we already downsized juvenile to 2.
Okay.
And so, and I'm not, and I'll talk with the department heads, and I'll look at who has the oldest vehicles, and I'll probably try to get rid of the oldest ones first.
Okay, just to change 7F, Roadmaster Signature Authority to purchase 10 instead of 17 and 3, so just 10 new vehicles through the Enterprise Fleet Replacement Program,
Equity lease program.
Equity Lease Program.
Equity lease. In order those, go ahead, Councilman.
And just to clarify, was that 7 of the Ram quad cabs and then 3 of the Dodge Durangos, or was it 10 trucks?
I don't have that. No, do you need to know exactly what they're
Oh,
going to be?
no, it just would be helpful, I guess, because there's a probably different
I could have
price.
that information here, tomorrow.
We can make a vote though now, I think. And included that, would you be comfortable adding and get them ordered as soon as possible? Maybe that goes without saying, but I think that's pretty important.
Yep.
You agree? Okay. Okay. Looking for a second? I'll second that. Any further discussion? Commissioner Pash?
I just want to say on this equity lease program, on Enterprises program, they show no initial capital outlay for this, so there's nothing from the general fund initially. And then, of course, when the vehicles sell, that money will come back to the general fund. Of course, it'll be eaten up over the lease structure, but as Rich has testified to, and we've talked about in prior meetings from the last couple of years, hopefully it'll be at a minimum a break even for the county.
I'd like to talk about that just a little bit more. What I'm looking for is there's enough money. There's a couple $100,000 of money in the vehicle replacement fund right now that I believe we could use. And we're looking at like 2 months equity lease that we're going to pay out of that. I think it'll be around $20,000 or $16,000 for 2 months for that equity lease. And that was for the 20 vehicles. So what I'm really looking at is that the vehicle replacement fund will cover the equity lease until those vehicles are sold. Then when those vehicles are sold, that'll be revenue back into the vehicle replacement fund for general services.
Okay.
It won't go to the general fund, it'll go to the vehicle replacement fund. And then, so the goal is to get the vehicle replacement fund where it's carrying itself without asking the general fund for any money in the future.
I like it.
Great, yeah. Council Pope, did you have anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Before we call for the vote, Mr. Alford, are you on? Huh. Okay, so I'm going to ask for the vote there. Staff Jesuit, please.
Mr. Pash.
All right.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rich.
Hey, thanks for all your help and patience today. Item 7G. I put on this Stand for Freedom. I'm going to read something from the Josephine County Commissioners. I think you know that I've gotten to know all 3 of them pretty well. They've been very consistent, very effective group for several years. And I'm going to read the letter that they sent to Governor Brown. And this is just one aspect. Excuse me. Governor Brown, August 1st, by the way, we are writing this letter to express our concerns about the mask mandate for K through 12 schools for the 2021-22 school year. We are strongly opposed to this one-size-fits-all approach to public health. We believe that these decisions should be made at the local level, taking into consideration local issues and constraints. In late June, we were assured by your office that all future COVID-19 restrictions decisions would be made at the local level. Over the summer, many districts across the state operated summer school and enrichment programs without masking or social distancing, and there were no health issues as a result. We know that children are not at significant risk from COVID, nor do they transmit it frequently. We do not believe that masking school children is the best way to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Governor, we ask you to consider this decision. We believe that decisions on public health are best made at the local level by the Board of Health. As county commissioners and as the Board of Health, we are best positioned to determine what is needed for our community to protect against the COVID virus as well as other future epidemiological challenges. So, Board, there's been a few of these go out within the state, several actually, one from Douglas County. I follow Jackson County as well. And, I did my best to emphasize that this is not some resistance to the state, but it is you heard in the Coos County Commissioner's letter that 3 times they reference at the local level, decisions at the local level. And so I just, as local elected people, public officials, that's our job. And everything got hit so hard last year and even well into 2021 that, we had some of those decisions taken away from us. That doesn't mean we would have voted different than what the state mandated through executive orders. But in the interest of our businesses, our schools, our vets, our seniors, our retired people here, we want to be very much involved in that. The relationship I think that we've built with Oregon Health Authority on both mental health and public health has been very good, and I couldn't be more satisfied. But that doesn't mean that we can be complacent, and nor have we been. So, I want to read you the resolution, and I'm hoping you'll consider signing it and moving forward in the matter of a resolution supporting the protection of constitutional rights during emergencies. Whereas the Constitution of the United States is a cornerstone of our government and represents American values, and whereas the Constitution of Oregon is a cornerstone of our state government and represents a combination of American and Oregonian values, and whereas a local elected officials swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States and that of the state of Oregon, whereas local elected officials endeavor to follow state laws and regulations and promulgate local ordinances and regulations which are within the boundaries of our constitutions, and whereas the Curry County Board of Commissioners strongly believes that all provisions of the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Oregon must be upheld without exception, and that public officials should not pick and choose those provisions to be recognized and defended, and should recognize and defend all provisions. And whereas the vaccine passport that is being forced upon citizens does not align with the Constitution of the United States or the Constitution of the state of Oregon. Whereas since at least March 2020, Oregonians have been confronted with the effects of a national pandemic, generally referred to as a coronavirus. And whereas public officials throughout Oregon are charged with protecting the health of all Oregon communities, but are also charged with doing so within the constraints of our national and state constitutions. And whereas the role of government is to help and support the citizens it represents, not to control or force policies on them. Whereas the governor of Oregon has issued a series of emergency orders, which have, in certain respects, exceeded the limits of the United States and Oregon constitutions, in particular, in closing businesses and schools outside of the powers authorized to the governor, and expanding the jurisdiction and power of state government agencies beyond the jurisdiction and powers authorized by state law. And whereas the governor of the state of Oregon has exercised powers which are the power of the Oregon Legislative Assembly, not the power of the executive branch, thereby delegating to the governor powers which may not be delegated under the restrictions of the Oregon Constitution. Almost done, guys. And therefore, whereas the governor has maintained many emergency restrictions without appropriate consideration of the differences as to the effect of the coronavirus in many parts of the state. Now, therefore, the Curry County Board of Commissioners resolves as follows: all employees and agencies of Curry County shall not assist in the enforcement of business closure, school closure, or stay-at-home directives under the executive orders of the governor relating to the coronavirus pandemic, including state agency directives or guidance. Number 2, all employees and agencies of Curry County shall recognize the protections provided by the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Oregon carrying out those duties. Approved and signed by all 3 commissioners. Discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner Herzog.
I would ask Anthony if he's got any concerns or...
I don't have any huge concerns, mostly because the resolution is saying that we're not going to enforce the rules. If it said that we were going to go out and, encourage or tell businesses that they don't have to follow the rules, that would be kind of a different thing. But I think we have the authority to choose what rules we enforce or not. So if that makes sense, yeah, I don't really have any big concerns with it.
Commissioner Pash?
Two things. Matter of housekeeping, the date on this would need to be changed, of course. The second thing is to do with this in general. I was watching yesterday a live feed from Washington, and there is a group that is putting together a meeting of the top 10 largest American corporations, and they want them to mandate that anyone that works for them must be vaccinated or will be terminated, unless it with their other than religious beliefs and health, certain health conditions. And this is where we're heading, and it is spoken about very clearly in our Constitution that we do not have to, and they are going to mandate this. So I'm in favor of this, and I'm in favor of actually going farther and letting Washington know that one little county in Curry, Oregon, would like to have our Constitution back.
Was there a second thing you had?
That was it, the housekeeping, the date.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Herzog?
I'm good.
We had one public comment today that really challenged us on this, that, what people, through the entire year and a half, I watched our people do everything they could possibly do to do the right thing and to follow and conform and to put out tremendous effort to overcome the entire thing. We saw our kids suffer. We saw our businesses suffer. We saw our economy suffer. We saw our visitor promotion suffer. We saw issues in our own building here that created some hard feelings. I just want to stake my claim on a letter similar to what Coos County offered, and this is not in any way to suggest that we aren't encouraging people to take the vaccine, but it is their personal choice, and we are encouraging them to take it. I still think that is the way to get us over this hump we're in right now. But I'm not going to force anybody, and I can't accept that. I can encourage them, I can counsel them, I can give them information to follow. And the people I'm following, they have done their research, and it is far less risk than getting the coronavirus. So I sense agreement here, Board, and very thankful for that. Other than changing the date, sorry about that. How do we move forward?
First of all, I got to know, I don't know what promulgate means, so you got to explain that one to me.
What we're
Promulgate?
Yeah. What's the definition of that? Is it?
You got me on that one.
It doesn't supersede local ordinances and
I
regulations.
want to know how you know how to say that, and that's amazing right there. I know you, and I can't imagine you came up with that. Anyway, that's just a side.
Yeah, I won't take offense to that. Okay.
Good, because it wasn't intended to.
Okay.
But, last year, the restaurants closed down, and we could walk into Fred Meyer and touch every banana and apple, carrot, because we had a mask on.
After you went, oh yeah, there's my app. No, I don't want
I
it.
could set it down, Chris could touch it, Court could touch it, Anthony. It makes no sense, and I am in total favor of this resolution. And I mean, Chris went into the service to protect the rights of the American people, whereas tons and millions of other folks have done that same thing, so we could have the right to make a decision on our own. So, not going to belabor it.
I make a motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? it's going to put a little more pressure on us to be even more engaged in what might be around the corner and getting us through this period. So I appreciate it, Board. Anyone else? Call for the question, please.
Yes.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Item 7H, appoint Fair Board member, Commissioner Herzog.
There was a bit of a mix-up. It's actually supposed to be me presenting that one. So
That's okay.
if that's all right. There was a recent resignation to the Fair Board, so we put out an advertisement for applications, and we received 3 applications. And so the board needs to choose the one person who we're going to appoint to the Fair Board, and this will be for a term that extends to December 31st, 2022.
So can we vote quietly? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I say you guys can either vote, or we could, do a ballot, like a paper ballot. We could just, you could write down your vote, whatever you guys are comfortable with.
Commissioner Pash?
See, we have a Fair Board member in the audience.
We do.
Would you like to come up and talk about the Fair Board right now?
But he can't talk about any candidates. Yes,
Right.
thank
No,
you.
I understand that. What are the needs, though, of the Fair Board? Because we've got 3 applicants, so you're a Fair Board member. If I could, Chair?
Certainly.
Bob Shabante, Curry County Fair Board.
Yeah, what are the needs of the Fair Board right now and where it stands?
Right now, where the Fair Board stands is, since we just got done with our fairs, moving back on with capital improvements that have been way neglected for years. So looking forward is people that are going to have a knowledge or bring something to the table that would help make that go forward, so we can create the assets. We have some projects that need to be done that came up, including one unexpected project. So there's going to be a lot of work projects going on. We need some management going on, and anybody that has skill sets into that, a varied skill set, it kind of helps. So that's where we're at right now.
Congratulations on the fair in less than 2 months, 3 months?
Well, yeah, it was actually 6 weeks, and we did not know now 6.5 weeks today, that we could even have this event. When we were first told about the event, we had to go out and measure our square footage of the ground so we can see how many people could come in and how big it is. So to be honest with you, there is overwhelming majority of the board has no experience with fair, but a great deal of that credit goes to the staff, Caitlin and Kendra and Shannon, and Dave is our maintenance guy that got this stuff done. What they put together in that short of time without having any experience, they did a fine job. So everybody gets in, everybody steps up, board members stepped up. They did all the hard work, and we have nothing but respect for them to do that. And that's the continued thing what the board would need to do. Somebody who's going to bring that in, and what they can do to help with that.
Can I ask how long you served on the board and been involved with the fair?
I think it's been about 6 years now on the fair board itself to do that, yes.
I remember when you showed the architectural plans for your long-term vision, that's 2 years ago?
Yes.
That's awesome.
It's a long process to get it done, finding out that you just can't get it done tomorrow. But yeah, that is the continuing process to turn that into a quality convention center so it can bring some more things. Like when we had the movie, people showed up. People like that are looking for breakout rooms and production rooms that they can do, and that's going to help. And then again, we're also just dealing with the state of disrepair that everything has. So yeah, that was a project that the Fair Board put together, did it with a strategic plan, and we're actually following around with our master plan and strategic plan. We're just following that to this point.
You know, on September 1st, we're going to have, with our economic development staff, we're going to have a report on the movie. We've been waiting on that, and they've been putting together a little plan, and so we're enthused about that.
Yeah, I think that was the stuff they brought up. It shows the value of having the event center fairgrounds there. I mean, it really shows the value of that, of what that brought to the area and the region alone. I mean, my understanding was close to $1 million that they brought into Oregon and to southern Oregon. So it is critical that we get those facilities able to accommodate stuff like that, and then it helps the economy overall for everybody.
Keep getting the word out to the public. Good job.
You're doing it. It's not just me, it's everybody that's out there doing it. So I'm just only one.
Thanks, Bob.
Sure. Yeah.
So it is sure hard when you've got three wonderful candidates, and I know them all, and you got to vote for one. So I hope that the two that don't make it will please continue, and we really appreciate your willingness to serve. This is a very important board, a very important group. So you want to...
Yeah, it looks like the board has chosen to fill the position with Scott Nicholson.
Thank you, Council Pope. Yep. Congratulations, Mr. Michelson. Okay, so we have courthouse planning and funding, item 7J. Commissioner Pash?
Well, this is something that we've all looked at. I know, Commissioner Boyce, you've been involved in this at some point. I've been very involved with this for about the last year. And as you...
One point person, I specifically called up Mr. Langford and said, hey, I want to make sure you understand that I'm not trying to in any way undermine Commissioner Pash. And I felt like he absolutely considered that or accepted that as very genuine. Because I said, we're not going to get anything done if we don't work together. We know that. So the other part of that is they're going to come up with a template from other counties for a funding agreement. And in that funding agreement, they'll have some ideas on how we can proceed, what options we might have, what different aspects we could take a look at. Meanwhile, we've already had quite a discussion today with the Sheriff's Department, with the Sheriff, on, you know, can we do a video? Can we look at the long term of the crime that's coming across the border? Not just across the southern border, but what we're going to be faced with. We've all had the vision to see this coming. I mean, we're all in our 60s, so we know what Curry County used to be like. We know what rural Oregon is, what our expectations are for a free society and a culturally and morally sound program for our kids and our families and our churches and all the above. Old-fashioned traditional America that's proven tried and true. So that's the two things I want to offer that the board needs to work on, and that is a design and cost estimate, and then look for the funding agreement that will be probably a couple different, the term I use is they use is template from other counties that can get us going to the next stage. But we have to be committed, in my opinion, to make the case that yes, we will have two things. We will have lots of state involvement in that building. We will account for that. The term they use there is relocating and collating. Honestly, I'd only heard that term collating one other time, so it basically means the same thing. Obviously, we're going to be in full agreement, I'm sure, that the district attorney, his entire staff, the better facilities we can provide them, separate meeting rooms, all the above. And I think the reality of moving the courthouse and the jail up on a mountain somewhere, I just don't see that as is really a realistic and appealing to the taxpayer position. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think with the plans we have, we need to get those to the state. We need to look for their funding agreement and start that process. So, actually, I don't think it needs to be just one commissioner. I think it needs to be a collective board, and then we all hear the same thing, and it's not third hand, and we go from there. That's all I have, guys. Yes?
Well, I think some of it some of this work has already been done. We have the architecture firm in Medford that we've already hired, and I believe I reported to the board back in May. It was May or early June. I'm not sure of the date. JJ could probably tell you off the top of his head. Where we were on that, and we were waiting for funding approval. Once we got the funding approval, I immediately called that architecture firm in Medford, and they are in the final steps right now of finishing the layouts of the buildings. As you may recall, several months ago, they came to each of us and asked us what we'd like to see. We had some meetings on where placement of different things would be. Would the sheriff's office be a part of the building? Would it be, everything to, work together in one building or have separate buildings? So those layouts from my last conversation with the architecture firm, are being firmed up and final now. They hope to have something further on that for us in the coming weeks. And my intent was to send that on to Tom Langford and the state so that we can start this process, because what I've been told is we can't start the process until we have that. Other things that we are talking about is the footprint will be on this current footprint right now. The staging of that would be a little bit convoluted, but we can get it done. But I do agree with you, Chair, that we can get some state funding for both, but I believe that it's important that if we don't get both, we at least get one. We are going to have to ask the taxpayers for this, and I absolutely agree. We need to fight tooth and nail to get it all. Just get it done and get it over, because it's got to happen. The jail has to be replaced. And so, you know, I'd like to see, once these drawings are sent in and once everything is kind of laid out, you know, what the state's response is to us, what Justice's response is to us, along with the Sheriff's Department. And I agree with you said, getting other plans and from other people that have gone through this. Again, as I reported in May, you know, I wanted to take, once we get these plans, I wanted to go to Jackson County, who just got a new sheriff's station and all that put in, and sit down. How did you do this? How did you get this past the vote of the people? Because those people have been through the entire process, and again, whoever else we can get on us, I'll go visit them, or we can go visit them and say, hey, it worked for you. How did you get it done? And let's learn from how they accomplished it, so that we don't go to our voters and spit in the wind, you know, that we actually get a good vote on this. And we have informed voters that are making informed decisions on why we need this. So it was just, the only reason I said there should be one commissioner involved in this is because that's the gist of the conversation that I got from Mr. Langford's emails, is they wanted to know who was the point person, was his language on this, that they give the information to. So that I wasn't asking to upstage anyone in this either, as you've stated you weren't. They would just prefer that they answer to, you know, they have a point person, not that the others couldn't email and all that, but they don't want to send out or have to answer questions from all directions. They want to have one point person. That person reports to the board, and then the board makes decisions and reports back to them. But the main thrust of this, if I could, is it's going to be a bond, and it's probably going to be a GO bond. And can we marry those bonds? Again, that's a decision for this board to make down the road once we are much more informed, and we've got time to do that. So for right now, yes, let's get all the information we can.
Thank you. Did you have anything else? So Mr. Langford, he wasn't speaking for the rest of the group, because they never communicated that to me, either on the Zoom call or the emails. Not even once, not even close, especially Rob Bovett. So, you know, I got the same email that you got from Mr. Langford, and we both have mutual appreciation and respect for him. But there's just a little somewhat of a mystery here. So I don't think he was communicating for the entire group, AOC, or State Administrative Court, Lemon, and the two people in his office. So what I would recommend, that we just hold this. Let's work on the funding agreement. Let's work on your architect, and let's see what the next step is. Because I don't want to be finding out information. You know, my grandfather helped build a courthouse. My father helped build a jail. So it's kind of a bittersweet thing. Some could say they didn't do a very good job, you know, but for what that's worth, in a little bit of a light moment. So, but I think we're making very good progress. We've got a path, and I'm not saying I want to be equally involved, but I want to be notified as a commissioner. I've been here 4.5 years, and so that comes with a responsibility to make sure that we're all, and I don't want to speak for you, but I assume you want to know everything that's going on too. This should be, likely is, the biggest decision we'll ever make.
Well, Well, I would just like to say then at that point, then I would rather say I'll step back from this because I don't want to take a chance to lose it by getting people confused, and I'll let you take the lead on it because that we have a great chance to get a new courthouse, and I believe we can get it put through with a courthouse and a jail and a sheriff's office, everything under one roof, and it can easily be done. And this isn't for me about taking credit or anything like that. It for me is at the end of the day we get this done. So I'll let Mr. Langford know that I'm going to step back because I do think it's important to the state courts and the administrators that they have one point person. So I will step back. I will let them know that you will be the point person on this, and you can let us know what's going on. I'll continue to work behind the scenes on it quietly. The architecture firm in Medford is the only other question that I can see at how we would deal with that because I've been very involved in that process, and I know you have had some involvement in it as well, but they are in the final stages of the final placing of offices and square footage and those kind of things. So I will notify them as well, and then we can make decisions from what you bring back to the board.
Okay, I want to make sure I understand. You are fully committed, though, to seeing if there is a way, if the door is open, to targeting that $3.5 million for the joint project, if it can be done through the state system and through the legislature, and that's where I think our best effort will likely be.
Well, I will say that I am 95% certain that none of that $3.5 million can be used for anything other than the courthouse. That's what the Chief Justice allowed it for, and I don't want to take a chance that they think we're trying to be sneaky in any way, and I'm not saying anyone is. All I'm saying is I don't want to even enter into their mind that we're trying to be sneaky, and the Justice pulls that money. So I think there's other ways to raise money for the jail, and I am willing to work on that in conjunction with this board, but I'm pretty certain that money is earmarked specifically. Every dollar must be spent on the planning of the courthouse and how to get that taken care of.
I don't mean to be overly optimistic or pessimistic, either one, but we have an opportunity there. And as far as sneaky, just read those emails that I gave you. I involved everyone under the damage control responsibility to go forward and say, okay, will you look at this? They absolutely, and they come back with two requirements, or two requests, not requirements. Can you get us that? Can you get us the plans? And that was the second question I need to ask you. Are you comfortable with it? You know, because that's been really under tight wraps. Are you comfortable with sending that to them, to the state?
Once we have a final plan from the architecture firm, absolutely. That just so you know, though, that may still be a couple of months away. This is a 3 to 5 year process. This isn't going to happen this month.
Of course. Okay.
So that may be weeks or a month or so away. I did talk to him, though, about
Who's the architect?
Yes.
Okay.
And I want to say it was a couple of weeks ago. I don't recall exactly. And he said, Chris, we're in the final stages of the placement of the offices, those kind of things on the plans, on the drawing right now. Okay. Will that take 3 weeks or 3 months? I don't know, but all I know is what he told me. I didn't ask him for a specific date.
Okay, and so that was when we in executive session chose between 5 or 6 different layouts.
Yes.
Okay, great. And so we with the sheriff and everybody, we contributed different concepts and ideas and adjustments, and so we're on the same page there. I don't see, though, Commissioner Pash, why we couldn't go ahead and send as a preliminary. I want to say move because with a clear discussion, and I'd run this through Council Pope with a clear declaration, that we're close and we expect something within 2 months.
I don't have a problem with that. I just don't want to have any, again, and I used the word sneaky with nothing meant behind it. I wasn't even insinuating anyone that was doing anything sneaky. What I'm saying is I don't want the Chief Justice that said, you know what, let Curry County have this money, say, you know what, this is getting more confusing to me, and I think maybe we acted too quickly here, or anything like, and I don't even know if, once that money's earmarked, how easy it is to pull it, but I don't want to have that conversation.
Well, we got to be bold, and we've involved every possible person that should be notified. We've been talking about this for years. The attempt and the effort, the intention, was to make sure everybody knew. And all they asked for was, can you send us those plans? So nothing negative, nothing that suggested this is a tremendous long shot. I believe that the people I talked to that day will do everything they can to see if there is a way back to the legislature.
So the Chief Justice, he doesn't realize how...
She.
Huh?
She.
Sorry. She doesn't realize how bad our jail is?
Well, they do now, because I testified
Okay.
in front of her committee on this, and we also sent the documentation to them about, with pictures. I mean, they understand. What they can't do, this is only for courthouses.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with jails. But I think, and I know Commissioner Boyce just said it's a long shot, and I respectfully disagree. I think if we work at this is all, I think it's a slam dunk. It's going to take a few years, but I believe when the taxpayers of this county realize the conditions that our deputies are working in and the conditions of our courthouse, they will, if we can only do one bond at a time, I believe they will marry both the bonds. We can marry them both into one down the road, and this will happen.
You're going to be the first one to see the video up close and personal of the jail conditions. I know you've toured the jail. Certainly you have, probably twice, and but you'll be the first one to get the video, okay? And it's going to lay out. It's going to be well done, and it's going to make our case. I think that's the best route we can go to get where we want to be, and I think we're in agreement there. So I'll have a report back. On the 18th.
So then so the board knows, then I'll let Mr. Langford know that he will be the point person, and I'll CC the people that were CC'd in on his email with me. Anything that the board needs from me further on this, let me know, but this time I'll step away from it.
And I'll be automatically CCing Council Pope as County Council and Office Manager, and I assume he will forward that to both of you without exception. I will make that commitment, of course, because we're going to need your input. Are we on Commissioner updates?
No.
No?
Oh, facilities maintenance. What I had there.
No.
What am I missing?
Ability
Hey
to
there.
delegate signing authority.
Oh, my gosh. That's in the gray area, right?
It is.
That's the new agenda. I'm sorry, guys.
This is just a real quick, more of a housekeeping thing. Traditionally, when a commissioner is out of the office, they've delegated their signing authority for routine documents like expense reports, time cards. When Commissioner Herzog was out last week, somebody came to me and asked if that was an official policy. And I looked, I couldn't find any orders, and there was nothing in the contracting rules that delegated that authority. So this may be overabundance of caution, but I thought if we could just put through an order that kind of put that into words, that if a commissioner is out, another commissioner can sign in their place for routine things. Just kind of makes a smoother sailing process forward, and
Protects everybody. Yeah.
protects everybody all throughout the process.
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion? Good catch, Council Pope. Call for the question, please, Staff Jesuit.
Mr. Pash.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Since I forgot that the first time, should we vote on it again?
Nope.
Okay. 7K, Facilities Maintenance. I see HR Director Swift. Welcome. You have to adjust the mic. They're way over your head there.
Good afternoon. So the routing slip says this is a new position. That is incorrect. It is an existing position. All it's doing is putting this position into the new range of the salary study. So it's an existing position, just changing the salary range.
So pretty standard.
Yep.
Yeah, I wasn't, I couldn't figure out if it was a new position. That really clarifies that for me, and I don't think, hang on, I'll make sure I did.
Yeah, when I pulled the routing slip and I looked at that, I'm like, it's not a new position. But I've been doing so many lately. I just pulled one for a different position.
It wasn't a mistake.
But the order itself says it is for an existing position.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. I appreciate you coming up here, though.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Herzog.
No, we just need to vote on this, right?
Correct.
It was in consent agenda, and now it's in action discussion. And
Correct.
so-
Before you do a motion, Commissioner Herzog or Commissioner Pash, so is that a pay raise for one
No.
person?
No.
Okay, just clarify.
It's just when the salary study was done and all the salary ranges were changed, this just puts it into that new salary range. So it's not adjusting any dollars for anybody.
Thank you. I'm ready for a motion. Much appreciated.
So moved.
Second.
Call for the question, please.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Commissioner updates. Is that you first, Commissioner Pash?
Yes. I have a few things. The fair. I know Mr. Giovanti has already testified that how good everything was, and I've heard nothing but good comments about the fair, how quickly it was put together, how clean and neat everything was. The bounce houses for kids and the toys and stuff were just, I guess there was a line out the door for them. So it was really well put together, and I just want to say kudos to the fair for getting it done in such a timely fashion for what they had to work with. They did an amazing job. I also understood that the livestock went pretty high because I had a couple people went over there to buy some of the livestock, and they said that they would have needed to take out a short-term loan to get them paid for.
Good.
Couple other things. Gina Nickel from AOC was down the other day and met with me. I believe she met with Commissioner Boyce as well and tried to meet with you, Commissioner Herzog. But anyway, she's a nice lady. I enjoyed spending time with her. Very devoted to what she's doing. Took her over to see some of the issues that we have on the Rogue River. Some of the enormous rock and sediment that's come down the river. And actually, while we were there, I took another look at Lex's Landing, and that's even changed again in the last month. That gravel bar is about to make him landlocked. His boats won't even be able to get out of his place I'm going to say by spring for sure. So we looked at a lot of that. She has a huge interest in that, and she said she is going to also go back to her office, and the Rogue River will be placed on her list of things that need to get fixed. Spent some other time with her talking about some other things in the county, and she was excited to see a lot of the things that we're doing down here, the Economic Development Department. She spoke with Summer, and was excited to see some of the things that department is doing. She said she was quite surprised at how well Summer's moving things forward in economic development. I think she spent some time with our roadmaster, Rich Christensen, and I believe he as well was pretty impressed with her. She's dedicated to her job. What I like about her is she's a rural Oregonian, but she's also fits into the city side of it with her education and all of that. So she understands both sides of the road, and but she has her heart, I believe, is in rural Oregon, and I just want to say I enjoyed spending time with her. It's also nice to see the dredge out there at the mouth of the river. We have all fought hard and long, and as you may know, I've spent some time in Washington actually at Department of the Interior on this, and we were made some promises. We were also made some promises through the Corps of Engineers, and the phone began to ring in early spring, promising us dredges. Then the Aquinnah stuck her nose in here a couple of weeks ago and said no, and went on down the coast. So as the Corps of Engineers told me a few months ago, they were going to send another, if the Aquinnah couldn't get in, they were going to send a small dredge in to get the channel deep enough to get the Aquinnah, and I'm probably pronouncing the boat's name wrong, but
no, you're right.
But to get it in deep enough so the Aquinnah could get in here and get started, and they are supposed to be here until the river is cleaned all the way to the bridge on the south side of the river, and they're also supposed to spend a little bit of time around the Coast Guard station to clean that up, to hopefully get it reopened, because our Coast Guard station right now is closed. So it's great to see that that's finally coming to fruition. They told me they actually, when they put the bids out, they got 7 bids for the to do this, and they were shocked at how many bids they got. So hopefully they can get this thing cleaned out, and we are also supposed to see, while they were here, they told me they were going to be sending a couple of engineers down to look at the river and see the problem with the river and see if they can find a way to get some private companies to come in and do some work up around, I'm hoping around the Elephant Rock area of the river, as we had an engineer come a year and a half ago and tell me that the rivers, his quote, well, not quote, but his words to me were that rivers meander, but the Rogue River is out of its socket and it needs to get put back in its socket. And he said there's ways to do that, but they need to do some work around the Elephant Rock area, and that would greatly help the consistency of the river flow. So I'm just glad to see that they're finally here. We've got a lot of issues to face with economic development still on the river and the losses that this county's faced. And I am still hopeful that this board will look into in the future holding some people's feet to the fire that signed contracts years and years ago and promised us some things in this river that have never been finalized. And this is arguably the greatest, or the top 3 greatest sporting rivers in our nation. And it's turned into a gravel bar is what it's turned into. And what I've been told, to get this thing cleaned out is going to be an act of God. Well, maybe we need another 100-year storm like the 60s had, but this river has to be cleaned out in order to get the spawning grounds back where they need to be, to get the river flows back, to get the temperatures down. And yeah, we're in a drought right now, and I understand that, but everything is cyclical in our lives, and I believe that'll come back around as well. But one of the greatest sporting rivers in our nation is a gravel bar right now, and I'm hopeful that this is the first step, having these dredges in here to clean out the mouth again, and working with the Port of Gold Beach and Bill McNair and his group, our port commissioner, we can also get the small dredge into the port to get that cleaned out as well. That's all I have, sir.
Well, you're going to like this picture then.
Oh, yeah.
I don't drink, but I'll tell you, when I saw that pull in, I seriously considered having quite a celebration. It's not the big dredge that we want, but as Commissioner Pash says, we're going to hold their feet to the fire that this stays. You know, they might have to lower those stacks to get under the bridge to get to Lex's Landing, but I'm going to remain optimistic there. The biggest issue is the Coast Guard having an excuse. I don't mean to be negative, but having an excuse not to be here. Average sport fishing boats in our bay has been 200 for the last 5 weeks, and it's amazing. You know, there's always going to be someone go out to the edge there and get a little bit too close to the waves and get in trouble. And from Bandon, if they're in Bandon on a weekend, the Coast Guard, they're 43-footer, it's going to take them at least 45 minutes to get here. Brookings, a little bit less. And if they're not in Bandon, then yeah, or it's too rough for Chetco, then they have to come from Goose Bay. So you know the rest of the story. And so we are really applying some pressure, and I think DeFazio is working on that, and certainly Merkley, and we just keep writing, calling, pleading, demonstrating the need, and we just can't accept anything else. So we're going to have a report from River Docs and the watershed councils, and you mentioned Elephant Rock and some of the work that has been done in the estuaries and the entire estuary, and the salmon and trout recovery, the whole habitat. I've never been that interested in fishing, but to be able to be involved in that from Tidewater down, and we did so much work around Elephant Rock, it's amazing. So pulling everybody together on that is going to bear some fruit. I'm absolutely convinced, and the more data we're able to collect, we'll be bringing that, the better. We'll be bringing that back to the board. Probably it's going to be late September, I would think. I want to just give a little shout out. April of 2020, so well over a year ago, there's a group of volunteers that made masks. And they went and they got every bit of material that they could find, and it didn't matter what it was. They got their sewing machines cranked up, and they made these masks, and I've never forgot this. And the reason I brought it out today is because of the surge we're having and the concern that we all share, and how to handle that, and how to work with the state and everybody else that's involved and dedicated to solving this. But I just want to mention Karen Rossman Clark led this effort. At one time, there was 21 volunteers that were making these masks, just mass producing. They made one for me. It's at Oregon State University, so I was forever grateful. And LaRose Felicity, she actually ran for state representative, and she was working 12, 14 hours a day on that. I think I gave you guys this. This is a letter to Dan Wellen and Kathy Erickson of DeFazio's office saying, hey, thanks for getting the dredge in. This went out Sunday, actually, the 1st. But we need the Coast Guard here. We need the Coast Guard here. We're just going to keep beating that drum. And we're getting some help. But, you know, that picture we showed you, as they move further upstream on the north side, they'll be able to clear the spot to open up for the Coast Guard. And that's a site that's just been part of a tradition forever in the Bay, the Rogue River Bay. You know, I just want to get back to the COVID concern. I mentioned early today, the first part of the meeting in my report, that Curry Medical Center, Curry General Hospital, Coast Community Health, Curry Community Health, now Freedom, I mean, they're all taxed. They're doing everything they can. The problem for the hospital, and people need to understand this, well, I'll back up just a little bit. People were actually driving from Brookings to Port Orford Coast Community Health to get the proper testing for COVID. And they're inquiring on vaccines, and Coast Community Health would not turn anybody down. They just absolutely did everything they could, but they're exhausted. They're a very well-managed program. Their new building has been sidelined just slightly, but if you haven't seen it yet on the east side of Port Orford, it is just fabulous, and it's a tremendous source of pride for North County and all of our communities. Anyway, the point is this, to have Brookings people, because Curry Medical Center, they've got doctors that are sick, health care providers that had to have some rest, get on vacation. Like all hospitals, they're having a little bit of difficulty filling the important spots that they have. So people are going to need to be need to be patient. I want to give a little shout out to St. Timothy's, who has been working Monday through Wednesday. I think you're aware of this, Commissioner Herzog. Monday through Wednesdays in helping with the testing in Brookings. And they need a break. So we've got a little bit of a plan going. I was on the phone twice with OHA yesterday, just on the public health side, not on the mental health side. And, you know, I hope we'll have something to report for an actual location, if nothing else, just for 2 days a week in Brookings, so people don't have to drive to Port Orford. And sometimes it's somebody that has COVID, and if they can't drive, somebody that's healthy has to drive them up there. And it's a 2-hour round trip. And I may be coming to the board at some point with our ARP monies, and I'm doing all I can with a little bit of confidence, maybe a lot of confidence, to encourage OHA to match us on some of the costs that are involved here. Coast Community Health is using their people, and they're not whining about being reimbursed, but obviously they need that compensation. So I think OHA is going to step up. We may need to take some ARP money because of this surge to do our part. I'm not recommending that right now. I need more information. But the discussions we had yesterday are an indication of where we might be right now. And so more on that later. If anybody has questions, I'd be happy to tell you what I know. And I just have a soft spot for the fatigue that the hospital's going through. They are dedicated, but they are overtaxed, and all of them are. They didn't anticipate. Well, none of us did, I think it's fair to say. So I don't want to speak for them, but I'm concerned, and so hopefully people get the vaccine and we'll move forward, and we'll be through the worst of it here. I don't think I have anything else. Bear with me 1 second. Everything just went blank. I'll be darned. Huh.
That's what happens at 2:30.
Yeah. I have a deal, I won't read it today, but there's an email from Ryan Alford. Just on loggers, a shortage of loggers, mailing timber that's been burnt, charred. I talked to one faller. He goes through 3 sets of clothes a week because everything he has gets black. And of course, it goes into his lungs too. And he's just a tremendous, dedicated faller, but it has to do with the Archie Creek fire. Oh, I know one thing. The bootleg fire, still the 3rd largest fire in Oregon history. It's nudging up against the 2nd largest. It's at 414,000 acres right now. The weather conditions were favorable the last 2 or 3 days, but they're not for the next few days. I know a couple of the Lake County commissioners, and boy, they are flat up against it. The largest fire in Oregon history, as you know, is the Biscuit Fire, 500,000 acres and 500,000 in 2002. We're all pretty familiar with that. The thing of it is, it didn't get any structures. You know, it destroyed some very valuable wilderness, but it burned a lot of territory. Some was a reburn from the Silver Fire of 1987. So, Board, that's all I have. Thank you. And then we are going to, do we have another, I think?
Have Commissioner Herzog's
I
comment.
guess I'm the other. I just have one real quick thing, speaking of the rivers, been swimming in the Chetco a lot. And a couple miles up the river, Dale Hoy lives there across from the river. And Dale Hoy is an old timer from Brookings, has worked for South Coast Lumber for, well, he's 78 years old, and he went to work at 18, and he's still driving self-loader log truck for them. And he comes down and scares me every once in a while when I'm swimming. He throws stuff at me and stuff, but that river is filling in, just like the Rogue River, and I'm swimming in that river, and I wear swimming goggles, and there's no fish. So I swim through the south bank side. It would be the more tide rock hole on the south bank side. Huge deep hole, 20 plus feet, used to be. It's not so much anymore. There's no fish in it.
Yeah.
I don't see little fish. I don't see big fish. I don't see any fish. And according to Dale, the river, the bottom is just getting closer to the top all the time. And we need to allow mining in the river. We need to allow Tidewater and Freeman Rock and these folks to take rock out of the river, because I also water ski in the lower part of the Chetco, and at Snug Harbor, there's a big deep hole, and at low and minus tides, the gravel is just getting closer and closer to the rock, and it's just, all that, you know, the rock comes down from the river and settles in these big deep holes, and it's just filling them up. When it fills up, rivers get warmer. When it gets warmer, fish start dying, and it's just sad to not see fish. I know they'll come in, you know, there'll be a fall run as soon as it starts raining, but we should be seeing, you know, there should be trout and cutthroat in there, and there just isn't anymore, and it's just very sad. So that's all I have to say.
Well, you know where the gravel's coming from?
Up above.
The fires.
Yeah.
When the topsoil goes out in the winter, after the check...
Comes flying down the tributaries.
After the 2018 Klondike, it looked like there was 1,000 dump trucks of perfectly good soil on the beach, just right at the South Jenny, going all the way down to Riley Creek. So about 3/4 of a mile. And it's just heartbreaking, because once the soil goes, it'll take at least 100 years for it to come back, assuming there's no more fires. So your reference that the water temperature's coming up because the shade's gone. We're going into a hardwood forest to where there's not going to be anything but oaks, and they choke out the firs. And so that was 80% of Brookings and Harbor's watershed. So when the dirt's gone, nothing to hold the gravel. The roots of the trees are dead, gone, moved, destroyed, and so that's why the Rogue has had this issue from the 30 years of catastrophic fires. Natural fires, we all know, are good generally. That's nature's way, but not. I heard somebody the other day say a natural fire burns, a catastrophic fire explodes, and that's what happened in the Chetco Bar. And the gravel. I mean, we're spending time on this. I really appreciate you brought that up, because it's going to be one heck of a fight to build our watershed back. where these fires have just taken everything, not to mention the wildlife. Just cooked thousands and thousands and thousands. So it's going to be a while before your water temperature goes back where it belongs. I like your idea of, even though the rock that would be needed that they could commercially use would be a drop in the bucket compared to what's coming down, but it's a start.
Yeah, yeah.
And it'll be free to them, hopefully. So they can turn it into jobs. What else we got, guys? New hire order for,
Executive session's next.
no, I'm looking at new hire for district attorney.
Number 9, executive session.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, both of you, sorry. So here we go, guys.
Can we take 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, good idea. Be back here in 5 minutes. We're going to go ahead and close out or just recess the general meeting, and we'll come back and open up executive session. See you all in 2:30.
I think they shot him in the head. I'm not sure the whole story, but.
That was like 3 weeks ago, right?
No, this was just recently.
Oh, they had another one?
Another one, yeah.
Yeah.
Downtown.
There was one a couple weeks ago that was a fatality.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Well, maybe I just read an old news story, but I thought it was just. I'll check.
Downtown Goose Bay. Downtown Goose Bay.
In his house.
Welcome back, everyone. We have just concluded our executive session. The date is August 4th, 2021, Curry County, Oregon Board of Commissioners. We're asking the staff to please direct or proceed as requested, as directed. And we're going to go back in now to regular session. And we have item 11 on the agenda. Commissioner Pash.
Item 10, please.
Oh, and we don't have anything on it. Oh, yes, we
Do we need to
Oh, yes, we do.
Julie Swift?
10, hire order, new hire district attorney, domestic violence, sexual assault investigator, David Fordman. Looking for a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Call for the question, please.
Aye.
Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Now we're at item number 11. The Curry County Suicide Awareness and Prevention proposed budget is right at $1,500, and the money is going to be used for setting up a table and just general printing, and this gives you some idea. It's called Public Awareness, and this is a terrific bunch here, just a terrific bunch. So they're staying within budget. This is a grant that they got from, why am I drawing a blank? Advanced Health, excuse me. Table of Hope. And we thank Gordon. And yeah, this is where the 1,500 is. So, Commissioner Herzog, do you have anything?
No, what do you need from us?
Commissioner Pash? So yeah, I'm looking for a motion, please.
So moved? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
We can do it under discussion.
Yeah. Need a second then.
I'll second. Discussion, please.
Okay, so they're asking, they got a grant for 1,500, right?
Mhm.
So what are we, they're asking us to match them, or?
No, they're just asking us to approve this budget and this project.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And this got in late, so sorry about that. Any other discussion? John Jesuit, call for the vote, please.
Commissioner Pash. Aye. Vice Chair Herzog.
Yes.
Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Way to go, Curry Suicide Awareness and Prevention.
Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Everybody
Anything else,
take off
Commissioner
there.
Pash? Council Pope,
Nothing.
this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.